Hello, everybody, and welcome to the grand finals of the Blue Otter Ruby division. I am Becky Rita. Joining me, as always, is Noctisera, and joining us, providing literal and moral support, is the one and only Wookie Monster, clicking all the buttons. Noctisera, how are you feeling tonight as we're looking at our matchup between the Wafflers, who went into playoffs as our 4th seed, and the Astronauts, who entered playoffs as our 6th seed? Possibly even 7th, if you don't consider them being a real 6th seed.
Yeah, barely made it in by the skin of their teeth because of all of the weird shenanigans that happened with a bunch of people not showing up in the last week, and just dominated their way through the entire bracket. 3-0 in quarters, 3-1 in semis, now we're in finals. Wafflers struggled a bit with the Puppers on a 3-2, but a pretty dominating semifinals, 3-0 against the Spartans, now both teams facing off. What should be, I believe, the best competition in this division, at least the most competitive games and sets that we've seen. Both of these teams, really, you can never count them out. They're always really going crazy, trying to do their absolute best to win, even when it doesn't look great. And we already see the Smolder bend out, sadly.
Yeah.
Lord Gatto stand right here. But we are going to see the Amumu come in, something that we've seen a lot these past couple weeks. Seems to be very, very popular down here, mostly because it can be flexed. Jungle or support, lots of CC, and is this the Defoe brand? The classic? Special?
It could be. The brand has been very interesting for the Astronauts because they can similar to how Phoenix was able to kind of uniquely flex it around. The Astronauts similarly can flex it mid, jungle, maybe even bot lane. I believe Boat Chicken has played that at some point in time. He played it in the bot carry role. Of course, we do have the Ashe, which gives away that game, of course. Sniper Botikua back here. You know, playing the signature Ashe champion that he's been playing pretty much all of playoffs, minus a couple of games last week where after struggling on the Ashe in the first 2 games, he pivoted to a couple of new champions and looked not horrendous on them. Meanwhile, the Waffler is going to be picking up what looks like their bot lane here, giving away the game that this Amumu. No, okay, we're going to be picking up that Veigar. They were thinking about going the Misfortune, which indicates, you know, giving that game away and showcasing where this, I guess, with the Nautilus, we kind of can guess Amumu is going jungle. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Nautilus mid in the year of our Lord 2024. But, you know, they don't give away their 80 carry pick yet, but it's interesting that they were hovering that alongside Misfortune. I wonder if this might be a bot lane Veigar angle.
Yeah, and Astronauts responding in kind, not looking for a ton right now. We're going to see the Xerath, the Brand, and the Ashe come in. All very long range, all very squishy, very susceptible to this sort of Amumu Nautilus hard engage. I think it would be in the Waffler's best interest to assume that this Brand might go jungle, that Xerath might go mid, and to probably ban out that Braum. Given how strong it could be with the Ashe, especially needing peel for this team. Instead, we are going to ban out the Quinn. I'm not that surprised. Sam's known for that.
Yep.
We do see that Misfortune banned out. Could also be the Veigar bot, although Florigato does not strike me as someone who would rather pick any other AP bot lane. I know they have games on like some play that like I'd imagine it would be that Greeno as well. It does play quite a lot of that Veigar.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to see the Camille and the Garen banned out. So we'll see if Astronauts sort of lock the Braum here, or they're sort of going to wait and see what the rest of the team comp involves. Maybe they already know, but it could also be this Brand support or the Xerath support, and wanting another jungler. We see the Volibear locked in, which could be jungle or top lane. Again, this is one thing about the Astronauts that is extremely unique, is how incredibly hard they can flex things. Although I'd imagine that is going to Jake as one of his more played champions. Which begs the question, how does the 3-core of mid ADC and support actually deal with the engage of something like a Mumu and Nautilus? And we see this another scaling carry in Zeri. Okay, we're going with the Senna Nautilus. Do not know about a melee farming pick into what is probably going to be an Ashe and a Xerath, but
yeah,
you know, it's there.
Yeah, no, this sort of opens up, the picking the Senna here is kind of odd because you don't really know where this brand is going yet. You have an idea, you can kind of guess that this brand is going to be going support, and in which case, you kind of don't want to pick Senna into the heavy range and early lane dominance that the Astronauts are going to have, because she's going to have so much trouble farming souls. She steps up, she eats a Pillar of Flame, or even just a Seer into any other brand ability. Combine that with volleys and auto attacks, and it is over for her. She is very much struggling, and Nautilus as well. Both of them really cannot take early skirmishes very effectively. They just don't have a lot of damage. You really... When you're Senna, you're kind of hoping and waiting to get to that whatever first major item you have. Sometimes it might be I don't know if Senna goes lethality anymore, if she opts into that Dirk, the serrated Dirk, but it used to be once you get serrated Dirk, you can start actually trying to, you know, skirmish with your lane opponent. But until then, it's kind of rough, I would say, for her in the lane. Meanwhile, we have the Yakas Blind in the top lane, Certified Jax main Taunty in the top lane, as we have the Malphite in response. Kind of a neutralizing pick, but not one that wins necessarily. Back when I played top lane, I played a lot of Malphite, and if I ever had to pick into Jax, I would pick Malphite. He's pretty straightforward. You just throw cheese wheels, and if Jax jumps on you, you ground slam, and his auto attack speed goes to 0, and you just walk away. So it's not really going to win anything. It's very much a neutralizing pick there, but it's only going to neutralize for so long, because once we start getting into team fights, the Wafflers have put together something honestly really dangerous for the later game fights.
Yeah, I do like Astronauts comp in general, but I do think they might struggle early into a lot of this engage. The big thing here is that this is probably going to be a brand mid, I'd have to imagine, with Xerath support.
Yes,
I don't really know how Nautilus is allowed to farm into Ashe Xerath. It seems like a very hard thing, so we might end up seeing a farming Senna, but I'm not so sure about that. I will wait to see until we get into game, but I think farming Senna would probably be your best option here, given how hard it's going to be for your Nautilus to walk up and actually take that CS.
Yeah, so it's just going to come down to how they can look to do that. Another kind of suspicious thing is that the Astronauts have drafted a lot of very low mobility champions. Ashe can get a lot of move speed, especially if she kind of specs into it with her best builds. But Brand and Xerath, who is not a carry but will be doing quite a bit of damage regardless, they're all kind of sitting ducks in fights, which makes them easy pickings for a good engage from X-Soccer, or even Raijin finding a good flank on the Nautilus. Makes it very easy for the rest of the damage from Wafflers to follow up. Only question is, will their damage get there? Because they have a lot loaded into scaling. Veigar takes a little while to come online before he starts one-shotting people with meteors. Senna takes a little bit while to come online. She needs a lot of souls and a couple of items. Jax as well. He's a little bit stronger in the mid game, but he still wants an item or two before he can really start brawling and bruising. So the Wafflers composition, if they can get to where they want to be, I think that they have the tools to really prevent the Astronauts from doing anything in later fights. Just locking them down and killing them before anything can come out aside from a Pyroclasm, which, of course, could be deadly, but I don't know. Getting to that point, I think, is going to be where the real question mark is for me. But I'm curious who you feel, who are you favoring here in game one?
I think right now I'm going to favor the astronauts. Astronauts always seem to have a little trick up their sleeve. They usually come out of the gate swinging with some certain macro decisions that can really tend to throw their opponents for a loop until they start to adapt. Sometimes, a lot of the times they will get a game taken off them, and it can be a bit stressful. But it's really hard, especially in game one, to play against them. Wafflers have struggled in the past, especially against more unorthodox teams. So I think I'm going to give game one to astronauts.
Yeah, despite my bias, looking at this unbiased, I like what you're saying there, especially I think the astronauts do have a lot of fire they bring into these games, especially in game one. And the Wafflers have kind of been inconsistent throughout the split, especially when they did not have Taunty with them. But I don't know. I believe in the power of Amumu, personally. I feel like this Amumu is going to make or break this game. If X Soccer can really turn it on with those lockdown combos, the Curse of the Sad Mummies. We saw a lot of those last week that were really impressive. So I think that's going to be the major breaking point. And I personally think I believe in Amumu. So I'm going to give it to the Wafflers. But we'll have to see, will the astronauts bring the sauce for game one, or are the Wafflers look to start off strong with their first game victory? We'll have to see. We're going to go to a quick break for the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be in on the ref for game one. See you then.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League Ruby Division for Game 1 of our finals. This is a best of 5, which means it is first to 3 wins. This is Wafflers versus Astronauts, some very interesting drafts here, and we can already see the 5 stack. I do not want to take any risks against this Nautilus Amumu, and honestly, I can't blame them. Wafflers do tend to like their aggression. And interestingly enough, we do see Raijin on the farming Nautilus here. It is going to be fasting Senna. I am now extremely worried for them. Bochicken and Enderfridge are known to put on the pressure, especially when they're on this these sort of poke picks and into someone who has to farm in melee range. That's going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think I like that you point that out, because if you've watched this bot lane, and I watched their series last week against Pickles. I ended up watching that full series off stream. And what you saw is that Boat Chicken, especially, is willing to just auto-attack you. He's willing to take the stupidest trades you've ever seen. So if you're giving him the opportunity to do that without actually being able to punish him, he's gonna take it. He will walk up and auto-attack you. He will skip killing minions. What is CS anyways? It does not matter when you are Boat Chicken. So he's already putting on the pain, as you can see here. Florigato taking quite a bit of punishment here, just starting off, as Raijin not nearly as punished as we might expect to see, using that shield very effectively to kind of just negate as much of this pressure. But now with the auto attacks flying out, it's going to be really rough for the Nautilus down here. I don't think it's impossible. I think there's definitely an angle here, but it's not going to be easy.
That it will not be. You can already see the pain starting to come out, and it's very difficult. You can see Cookies taken, Florgato's on that fleet. So they do have quite a bit of sustain to try and help them out, but I think the big thing is that Jake is having towards bot lane. If they can get enough poke for a possible gank or dive, but even potentially like a dive early on before that first back, that could be very, very big. Because once you get back, once you have some of those tank items on Nautilus, once you have that first back, you have a lot more HP, you can get some refillables. It's going to be a lot harder to sort of abuse that lane, abuse that poke. So you really want to do as much as possible in these first couple levels.
Yeah, and they're going to be making the most of it. What I do think, what I do like from the choices Raijin made, is he actually opted into taking the TP. I think that in this lane matchup, if you're going to be the farming Nautilus into these double range champions that are just looking to punish you, if you aren't stuck under tower and can kind of pretty easily farm, because he's actually ahead of Boat Chicken right now. What classic Boat Chicken CS, very good. I like the TP, because in the situation where he gets punished by a bunch of poke and he doesn't have his shield up, it's like, well, I can just take a reset here. It gives him the ability to screw up, which I think is kind of necessary. It's weird to say that, but hey, it's all right. I think that, especially considering currently at 22, now looking for an engage. Jake's here though.
Yeah, Boat Chicken getting very low, and this is what we were talking about. Jake pathing bot lane, now going in on Raijin. The exhaust comes out, but it's not enough. First blood over to Boat Chicken on the ADC. That is going to be very strong early, and did even blow Raijin's flash. That's going to be an extremely big deal, especially with that ADC picking up the kill. It's going to be a lot more damage coming out, and you don't have a flash here. Now, from the top side, X-Soccer going in. Toddy with the stun. Sems trying to flash over the wall. Finds it, but X-Soccer follows with the Bandage Toss. Still has that flash, and Sems should be dead to rights. Toddy flashing forward, trying to get a little bit more damage, and the top laner will pick up the kill with that Leap Strike. 1-for-1 on opposite sides of the map. Although I think, personally, I would say Astronauts came out a bit ahead. They get an extra assist. Sems is going to be able to sort of negate a lot of that pressure, more so than in the bot lane, but overall, not too bad. Really smart there from X-Soccer to know when to trade.
Yeah, X-Soccer was kind of sitting up there. What I think is interesting is, was sitting up there, kind of realized that the lane was never going to be in a really good spot, and he was like, okay, I'm going to start recalling. And then Sems walked down to Ward and was like, oh, well, I mean, if you're so inclined. X-Soccer just goes for the very easy bandage toss, and the CC lockdown from the Jax and Amumu is enough to force out the flash, and good from X-Soccer to follow up with that bandage toss. It's fine. It's good. It's definitely worth trading the flashes from Taunty there, especially because a lot of times Jaxes don't even take flash, because you can kind of get away with going Leap Strike, which is using your Leap Strike as your mobility tool. It's on a fairly short cooldown, so, you know, I feel like burning the flash on Jax is far far better for the champion than this Malphite who's not going to have flash, and he's going to be kind of waiting on that ultimate, and we'll have to burn his ultimate as an escape tool if he ever is focused again by a gank. Although, honestly, I don't think putting the pressure on top side is something that is really going to be the best idea. Meanwhile, in terms of pressure, on bot, Jake is looking at that first Drake. We'll be picking that one up. Soccer is on the right side of the map to respond to the Grubbins, but the astronauts are going to be pinging it, so they might look to contest. Sem's HP is looking pretty decent. Lockdown.
Yeah, lots of stuns coming down on the Floragato, who does still have the barrier and the flash if needed. Enderfridge walking forward. They're just getting some damage on Raijin right now. They're not quite able to go into Floragato's Shroud or chase that down right now. The slow might be enough, not quite. Bo Chicken, though, with a lot of pressure here. Floragato does manage to hold on to both sums. So with that wave crashing, not in too big of danger right now. We do see the Grubs come out. 3 for the Wafflers as the team sort of starts to rotate down. But Sems was sort of stuck under his tower. Defoe had push, but didn't have his jungler with him. So there's not really any reason to try and walk up at the risk. And a nice snipe out from Enderfridge takes Floragato out under the tower. No barrier, no flash used.
That's an ARAM's era right there.
Yeah, that is not what you like to see if you're the Wafflers. And
yeah,
there's just something we were talking about, right? Like, thank God that Divine Sunder isn't in this game anymore, because Sems actually has, a chance. He can always ult away or get out, but
yes.
Toddy getting a lot of damage down on now. Very smart choice to go with that grass. Sems actually ults in.
That's terrible.
For the extra damage. Jake now walking up, trying to find a little bit extra on the Toddy, but does have to be careful of that possible counter-strike of the Leap Strike. Getting a lot of damage here, though. Does still have that Stormbringer, the stun. Can he dodge it? Yes, he will. And the Sky Splitter, the auto, will take him out. Sems not ulting away, but ulting back in. Doesn't care if he goes down if his jungler gets the kill.
Excellent play there from Jake to wait out the counter-strike, wait out the stun, wait to use his ulti, and then just dunk on Taunty up there. Sems going back in with the ulti is arguably ill-advised, but in the end it does pan out that Jake is able to pick up a kill. If you're the Malphite here, you probably aren't too upset about it. It's like, man, whatever, I died on Malphite. That's like my game plan once we get to the later stages of the game. So it's all right. In the mid lane, X-Soccer is hovering a lot around, but without the stun from Greeno, might not amount to much. Will go for the bandage toss, though.
Soccer, yeah, jumps in, uses the ult off of the minion. Here's the sad mummy right there, and the under tower goes in. Defoe will go down. Greeno now walking out. X-Soccer, though, taking some tower aggro. Jake does get the shield. Now trying to walk out. Greeno no longer has ult, and Raijin is very low. One snipe, 2 snipes hits. Enderfridge needs to hit one more, but he won't be able to get it. Raijin walks out with his life. A 1-for-1 in the mid lane. And little bit of aggression there from X-Soccer. They do end up getting the kill, but will go down in the process for it. Jake picking up his 2nd kill of the game. And with these cooldown boots just rushing this movement speed, it's going to be a lot of gank potential. X-Soccer, though, does have a bit of an advantage in that clear speed, going for that sort of Leandri's rush that we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, the clear speed Leandri's rush from Amumu will help him out quite a lot. I will say, good from Defoe to kite back there at the start.
Yeah.
The engage going in, that one could have been horrendous if he was able to get out Pyroclasm, but I think it was up. He just didn't end up being able to throw the ability out. So he kind of just ended up losing out on a lot of damage there. I think the Pyroclasm would have at least forced the Wafflers to respond and kind of unclump themselves and maybe give Defoe an opportunity to walk away. It's good that they trade back. It's unfortunate they ended up losing one there, but of course, getting that trade back is as good as you could have hoped, considering how many resources were expended by the Wafflers. They had the flash from X-Soccer there, the ulti from X-Soccer and Raijin both, although that ulti for the depth charge is almost going to be back up here, and the Curse of the Sad Mummy will certainly be up for this next major fight, which would happen around either the Grubbies or this Drake, but Wafflers might be in a precarious spot here. Defoe's getting stunned.
5v5 for Grubs. Defoe stunned up. A flash forward from Raijin going in. Jake forced to run away, and Raijin will take out Defoe. The Riptide now going in onto 2. Jake forced to ult out for some health. Boat Chicken popping the Ghost now. Needs to dodge out on this potential dredge line. Flashes back over the wall. Does manage to dodge out on the bandage toss, which goes completely wide. Sem's walking down. A lot of low health bars here, but it's going to be very hard to find a fight. Sems might be there, though. The ult in onto 1 only finds Raijin. The ult comes out from Enderfridge looking for the damage now. 1 down. Jake going forward, trying to find it. Sky Splitters finds another. 2 kills right now. Morgado getting run down. Boat Chicken does have that vision. They have to be careful, though. X-Soccer and Greeno both still alive, both with a lot of burst damage if needed. Just going to back away, both teams. A 2 for 2 off that fight. So it looked good for Wafflers at the start, but weren't quite able to do it. Now a TP back from Raijin in that mid lane, but they're getting rotated on. The TP in the middle of the pit. Sam's flashing into the cage, not quite. Jake goes in though, gets stunned onto X-Soccer, who now goes down. Greeno and Forgato running, uses his blast cone. Sems does not have an ult anymore. It looks like they're going to pick up these last 2 Grubs. 4 Grubs to 2 in favor of Wafflers, but a nice extra kill that they were able to find. Astronauts in a pretty good lead right now, 1k up at 11 minutes, so nothing crazy, but probably going to transfer this into a Dragon, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, they're walking down for that Drake. They're almost certainly going to be looking to pick up that second one for themselves. They do end up, the Waffles did actually end up securing a Grubbin. Defoe
walks a little bit far forward. Raijin able to thread the needle there, but doesn't have to worry too much. Raijin does not have any ultimate, doesn't have a ton of mana to follow up, and Florgato, with only that serrated jerk, has to be careful. Defoe still has that Pyroclasm. He is on that Black Fire Torch. Needs to be very careful. This brand is pretty good. Toddy might get caught out, though. Jake looking for the stun, but Toddy able to leap strike to a minion. He did manage to stun Jake out of his Q, though. And for those who don't know, if your charge gets interrupted as Volibear before you get that auto off, you do get it refunded. Which is very important to note. That can help a lot. You can use it just for the movement speed to get in. And if you get stunned as it expires, you can just get another one for free. So
yeah, and he did end up using that, forcing out the flash from Taunty there. So unfortunately, the Jax will not have that tool. But again, Jax doesn't necessarily care that much. Checking in on the Senna stacks, Senna currently at 42 right now. So I don't know if that's great necessarily. It's been a while since I've played Senna, so I can't say necessarily off the top of my head. My gut instinct is like, could be better, could be worse. You have an input on that, the Senna progress?
Actually, you were speaking a bit fast. What's the number again?
42.
42. It could be a bit better. You could be around the 50s, but that's not too bad going 13 minutes into the game. The big thing is that you kind of want to be at 100 by 25-ish minutes, at least. So,
yep.
I'd say relatively on pace, all things considered. Sems goes in, though, the Unstoppable Force. Toddy forced to jump out. The stun comes through, but Jake can launch that Q again. Enderfridge is already up here for a stun. Will lock it up. Sems taking the kill.
Yep.
Toddy just a bit too far forward without vision there.
Yeah, the question that some people had about this Astronauts comp is, how do you respond to Jax? And the answer is, I guess you just send a lot of people at him and hope that there is not a really good response from the Wafflers. And right now, they are going to be actually responding on the bot side. They'll be picking up that first turret for themselves on the bot outer, but they will trade back. The Astronauts will be picking up this Herald here. Ender dodging out that bandage toss. A little bit sketchy there. He's playing with fire. Wonder shot.
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't find it. X-Soccer flashes in forward, gets the Crystal Sad Mummy for the kill. 1 for 1 so far. Boat Chicken has to be careful, taking a lot of damage from Greeno, and really great plays there from Enderfridge with the fancy footwork, landing all of his spells there. And this is what happens when you have a very good mage player on your team that can play support, right? Like, this is not your solo queue Xerath that stands behind, misses everything, and messes up your wave. This is the one that hits all of their skill shots, lands so much damage here. You can see Raijin already at half, going back in onto Jake, backing out. The Riptide does hit too, forced the Stormbringer out, and is still alive. Florgato doesn't have ult anymore, sadly, and Greeno forced to flash out because he would have eaten another stun from Enderfridge. able to make it out. No sums used for the Astronauts, only an ult. Meanwhile, Greeno had his ult forced out there, and really nice plays from the Astronauts there. And also, props to Boat Chicken for this one. Sometimes has a bit of a rough time going for these waves on bot. Has learned from his prior mistakes and has given up bot tower. Knows now when to back off and just take these minions.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going back on a Taunty.
Oh man, Taunty just keeps pushing up, keeps getting ganked. Jake right through lane with the flash. Doesn't even want to go around. Doesn't want to wait at all. Just taking him out nice and early. 6 to 10 now. Astronauts, 2 dragons up as well. Not even 1,000 gold. So gold's relatively even, but with a lot of map control, that is going to be very hard, especially coming in. You have this soul point coming up in a minute. They have the Herald for it, and they have better positioning for a fight.
Yeah, they will have this Drake. They will be at the least at the start here. They'll be in a good spot for this Drake. Sems also has the TP, so can look to take maybe a recall that's a bit too late. Can sit up here for a little bit longer. Get Taunty to actually come back up the top lane, so they have to trade the TPs. I think is perfectly fine. Ender Fridge is gonna be fine. Little bit scary there, but I think it's all right. Honestly, I like. I know they might have been saving that blue buff for Defoe, but I feel like, honestly, I'd rather have it on Xerath, to be honest. Because Brand here, he's going to blow his load at the start of a fight, and that's going to be it. You really want to have the Xerath firing a bunch of spells throughout this siege here of the objective, using those abilities to zone. Defoe's getting stunned up, that's going to be death.
Caught out under tower, no. Flashes away from the counter-strike, though. And now the Pyroclasm comes out. Jake going in the Arcane Barrage. Ender Fridge finds one. Now looking for the damage onto Greeno. X-Soccer healing for his team, trying to find something. Jake is channeling the Rift Herald there, forcing them out. Sems, no unstoppable force just yet. And they did use 3 of their ultimates, but Jake still has that Stormbringer. Sems will have that unstoppable force in a little bit. Raijin goes in, uses the death charge, tries to find 1. Crystalside Mummy combo onto 2. Raijin taking a lot of damage, though. Sems flashes out before he could get the unstoppable force down.
Chicken!
He's inside the Herald! He's drifting! A crazy play from Boat Chicken there. 2 kills now up. Oxacker and Florigato, the last 2 alive on the side of Wafflers, but Jake takes him out. So tanky now. Florigato goes over the wall. Jake looking for a little bit more, but he won't find it. Tokyo drift there from Boat Chicken, says the Fast and the Furious movies, I am Vin Diesel. An absolutely insane line to take there, but it ends up working out.
The greatest Herald I've ever seen! Oh, we might not get this Drake. Oh, Taunty's here.
Possibly. Taunty goes in, but Boat Chicken has a lot of damage. Goes in a bit early. The counter straight onto Boat Chicken. This is a 2-in-1 Ash right now, taking a lot of damage. TP coming back in. Greeno trying to find something. Raijin already in. Both TPs from the mid laner and the support now have to flash away. Boat Chicken trying to get out, and he will manage to find it. Lorgato with no ult can't chase that down, so they will not end up getting that soul point there, but they will find Toddy in all the chaos. Now about 2,000 gold, about 1,500 gold up-ish, give or take. You can see Greeno already going for that Rabadons. That's going to help out a lot, so game definitely not over, but a really great fight from Astronauts, even if they weren't able to get that soul point. Baron up in a minute, and they might end up fighting. You can see Boat Chicken 2-0-10 right now. That very supportive Ashe, but still able to put out the damage.
Yeah, I'm still beside myself about the Herald pilot to knock up 2 players mid-fight. I don't think that was optimal. I'm pretty sure that wasn't optimal. But it was cool as hell.
It looked really cool, and I'll give that to.
That was cool. Unfortunately, the HP bar just ended up being a little too low after that fight for them to go for that Drake. They lost too many players. They lost too much HP. And in the end, Taunty arriving there ends up kind of trading himself for that. But once the TPs come in, they are able to scare Jake and Boat Chicken off of that Drake and claim it for themselves. And now the next objective will be the big purple worm. And honestly, with the Ashe and Brand, it's not unreasonable for them to do it. Taking a look at the stack counter for our counting gamers, we have 155 on Veigar. That is 155. And for the Senesouls, we are at 80. So we have doubled, but we are double dead. Yeah,
not looking great right now. Keck and its tower already down, but Ender Fridge collapsed on immediately. Cursed Mummy will manage to pick up one. Boat Chicken trying to fire back, but Toddy
no.
on the flank now, dodging out a lot of these skill shots, but it's not going to matter. Toddy comes in, and Greeno picks up the kill. A little bit too much for that siege. They don't quite have that consistent damage yet on that Ashe. They don't have the Kraken just going for that early static shiv to clear out waves, but Defoe now collapsing in, trying to find something. Sems with the Unstoppable Force on the 3. Pyroclasm finally goes down. The damage comes out. Flash forward from Jake manages to take out one. X-Soccer with no mana left has to run away. Sems trying to chase it down. The Stormbringer takes it out. The Dawning Shadow from Senna gets a lot of shield there. Raijin trying to back out now. Toddy has to be careful, but Jake sidesteps that Counter-Strike, now trying to run in, maybe using that movement speed. Is he going to be able to find Toddy? Gets the W, and the damage takes him out. Sems with an extra fadeaway Q to assist. Jake, 11-0 and 5 on this Volibear, is an absolute raid boss menace right now.
Yeah, the 3v4 there was a little ambitious from the Astronauts, but it ends up panning out for them just because Jake is massive, and Jake's going for another.
Yeah, Raijin has to run away now. Jake going forward, the hook shot, dredged line. There's so many hooks in this game. Hits a wall,
yes.
Isn't able to get out. I'm so used to, like, hook shot hitting a wall and, like, Spider-Manning out that I always forget it's the dredge line. You are not Camille, even though it pulls you to a wall.
No, you just crash into the wall very sadly, and sometimes you crash into a turret, and sometimes you just miss. You miss the stationary target, and you have to reconsider your life choices as you're in the death chamber for 25 seconds or so. Taking stock of where we are in the game right now, we're about 3k off with the Astronauts having a slight lead. In terms of turrets, both teams are at 2. Neutral objectives are relatively even as well. 2 Drakes to the 1. 1 minute 14 on our next Drake, as looks like the Astronauts are going to be kind of hovering around that bot side, setting up for it, but I wouldn't be surprised to necessarily see a Baron attempt unless we just have a kill here.
Yeah, looking for some extra damage now. Enderfridge going forward, finding one, looking for Raijin now. Wow, Toddy in the bot side having kite out Defoe and his slows. Looking now towards the Baron, they do have this sort of side lane potential. Toddy could always try and TP in, but always runs that risk of getting burned and stunned up by the brand, getting that TP channel interrupted. You can see Defoe actually first on the TP, just completely giving up the spot side, saying if you want to come in and fight this, you're going to have to walk in here. Enderfridge has to be careful now. Collapse TP from Jax, puts him in the puts him on the Baron pit. Cursed Mummy finds it, but it will be the Astronauts with the Baron. The Stormbringer comes out now, trying to kite back. Defoe with a lot of damage now. Jake trying to heal back up, and he's able to get one. Now with the Sky Splitter healing, gets 2. Greeno, no ultimate left though, gets onto Raijin, needs 1 extra W to possibly get that extra kill. You'll find it, and it is so chunky. The Sky Splitter comes down, Defoe finishing out 1. Meanwhile, Enderfridge on the top side completely kiting out Toddy and making it out with his life. Jake, so massive here. He has the Sky Splitter. He has the Spirit Visage. The healing is insane. And the only heal cut we have are these sort of bramble vests that only work if he's actually hitting you. Jake has been focusing the backline first most of the time, which makes it very hard. And even with the anti-heal, it's still not quite enough. Defoe and Jake backing off now. Defoe has to be very careful. Jake not going to be worried about Florigato, just runs in on him, looks for one, gets a couple more autos down. Needs to find that extra Q, but it's going to be the Arcane Barrage from Enderfridge to take him out at the end.
Yeah, shot by a gun there. The Luden's Companion finishes off Florigato, literally shot by a gun, as Enderfridge picks that one up. This is going to be the 3rd Drake going over to the Astronauts here. And that Baron fight was super scary there. The Waffles had pretty good angles on that. They were able to pinch the Astronauts into the pit. The flip does go in favor of Jake, but what really makes a difference is, as you were talking about, the healing from the Volibear was more than enough to just keep him alive on the brink of death for so long, but dodging out so many of those meteors, so many of those Vagar Qs. Greeno, despite having damage, did basically nothing to the Volibear there when he was low HP, just because Jake was maneuvering around those abilities so well. And the focus from Greeno was super split. It was like, okay, this Volibear, I have to kill him, but then Defoe's here, who do I kill? And unfortunately, there just wasn't a winning choice for Greeno as that fight kind of collapsed in on itself. And big credit to Enderfridge for cutting that one out, as now we have a re-engage.
Yeah, X-Soccer going in, but he wasn't able to find that kill. Jake now with the counter engage, going forward with that Stormbringer, and X-Soccer gets taken out by that Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the chase down. Baron up, secured for the Astronauts. They still have this buff. They're able to try and push this in here. You're going to look for a potential siege now. Enderfridge, really big with that Xerath, getting a lot of damage here. Has to be careful too. He sends sort of splitting in the bot side. Jake, just looking back now, they have to be careful. Defoe and Enderfridge are still very squishy. They do have a lot of vulnerability if they're not careful, but if the big thing you need to worry about right now is that Jake doesn't have Stormbringer. He's not able to disable these towers, and you don't have Sems, your other main tank. So we're just going to back off here. We're not going to be doing anything crazy. Florgato and Greeno have a ton of range, have a ton of burst with that Vigar, our funny button. Just going to play for that potential objectives. Baron and Dragon are synced up now at this point. So if they want Soul, they might have to give up Baron for it, or they might try and, you know, dance around one of the objectives and force a fight so that they don't have to.
Yeah, honestly, I think that if they both start the objective at the same time, I think that they can kill the Drake fast enough and then immediately respond to the Baron. I don't think that the take of the Baron is that fast from Wafflers. They have Taunty for a little bit of sustained damage. They have the Amumu, of course, but Veigar and Senna, their damage is a little bit on the slower side for these big neutral objectives, so it is going to be a little bit tough comparatively to if the Astronauts were to go for that Baron, where they have the Ashe and the Brand and the Volibear as well, even at this point. Now with the Navoris has invested in doing a little bit of Build-A-Bear nonsense with the Navoris Quick Blades. This Volibear is going to be insanely hard to kill, and looking at some of that anti-heal, once again, as you said, none of these carries have the anti-heal. It's all coming down to the Thorn Mails, or yeah, the Thorn Mails exactly, and Taunty's going to be the focus here again.
Sems going in with the Unstoppable Force, just like he was back in the top side. Now a dive from Jake going in. Does use the Thornbringer, flashes around the cage, and now it's Greeno dancing around, trying to find a little bit of extra Florgato, which is helping him out so much. Sems just picking up the tower, takes him out, will eventually go down. No, he doesn't manage to make it out. It's going to be Greeno taking him out. Jake now onto Raijin, though, finding some extra healing. The damage from Defoe pops the Pyroclasm. Finally, the burn is massive. Jake's still alive, by the way. Defoe chasing down the rest, but Raijin manages to make it out. Defoe still alive. 15, 0, and 10 on this Volibear. It is absolutely nuts. And you can see the build, the Sky Splitter, the Spirit Visage, the Navoria to get the extra cooldowns on your shields, and that W for healing. How do you kill this guy?
I don't know. I'm trying to think at this point, like, unfortunately, you don't really have a lot of sustained damage. Your damage is all burst. Your only real sustained damage is coming out from Jax. Exactly. And Jax, as we've seen, has not been able to tussle with the Volibear. So, unfortunately, he's able to kind of wait these cooldowns out, wait these auto-attack windows out, just drop shields on himself, get the healing back up, and, you know, the windows of opportunity just are instantly negated by Volibear's kit. It's kind of unfortunate, this bursty damage duo of the more lethality-oriented Senna and the Veigar just have it so rough, as Veigar's going to be dead here.
Yeah, looking for maybe a pick on a Boat Chicken, but he won't be able to find it. Manages to dodge out, just barely on death there. If Greeno had the Void Staff, maybe he takes it out, but didn't have that until that death puts him back into the base. Enderfridge trying to find a little bit of poke right now. Boat Chicken doesn't have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow anymore. Soul, but they're not even going to contest it here. You might see X-Soccer look over the wall, put that Control Ward down, look for something, but Jake, they have full control of this objective right now. Just going to go for the Soul, transfer over into this Baron, and the game is pretty blown open in favor of the Astronauts right now. They have a giant raid boss of a jungler, tons of sustained damage, tons of poke, great engage. It is really hard for Wafflers to get in or defend or do anything against this comp right now. They just have to hold on, hope for a miracle under the towers right now that they might be able to turn this game around.
Yeah, but it looks like the Astronauts are setting themselves up very well for this. Jake sitting in here waiting to ambush.
Doesn't manage to find that Q, gets counter-striked instead, but the damage from Enderfridge, the slows are absolutely insane now. The flash forward with Pyroclasm, X-Soccer goes in, finds it, here's that Mummy onto 2, Boat Chicken now trying to kite out, they do manage to take out Defoe. Jake in the backside, they finally take out the raid boss, but they're gonna go down for their troubles. Sems trying to kite back now, Florigato getting chased down by the
Boat Chicken, what are you doing?
Dodges into the cage to try and dodge it out, but manages to make it. It's gonna be Sems with another kill, and Enderfridge 9-16 on the Zerath. And it's the Ashe is this like the Ashe support? Zerath
This is Ashe
bot lane?
support. This is Ashe
what it feels
support.
like right now, with Enderfridge taking all these kills and Boat Chicken just sort of providing the cover fire. The TP in now from Sems to keep that minion alive. They might just try and end the game here. They're looking for the inhib. X-Soccer isn't alive for another 10 seconds. If Sems is able to walk up and take this tower aggro, he might be able to buy enough time.
I don't think they have it. I just don't think they have the damage.
Maybe. X-Soccer is up in 4. Yeah, you can see they're finally going to back away now, taking that portal out. Going to maybe look for this Baron, but they get a lot of power there.
TP? Taunty?
TP coming out from Taunty and Raijin, both trying to find this in. Sems looking out. X-Soccer goes through the portal to try and find him, and barely dodges out on that bandit. Josh has to use the unstoppable force to dodge out, though. Enderfridge backing off, has to be careful. Raijin stunned out of that dredge line as it goes into the wall, and forward doesn't realize the rest of the team is back. The Riptide now finds Enderfridge, but there is no follow-up. Jake taking out Raijin, and now it is a 4v5 for this Baron. They no longer have their support. That is one of those big tanks. So much CC down. Tawny walking in, trying to maybe face check. Does manage to dodge out with counter-strike. Enchanted arrow goes wide. X-Soccer does have that Curse the Sad Mummy waiting. Finds 3, but it doesn't matter. Tawny flashes out the Arcane Barrage. Doesn't find anyone but Jake jumping in. Boat Chicken takes out the first kill. Now on to Greeno, trying to find a little bit more. Does still have that ultimate. Does have to be careful. Sems with no more unstoppable force, but Defoe's just going to pop that Dark Harvest onto Greeno and take him out.
Yeah,
Disaster for the Wafflers. They are just going in one by one and dying individually before anything can happen. It's going to be a Baron for the Astronauts. Elder Dragon up in 3. I don't even think they're going to need it. I think this push might just end the game.
Yeah, game falling apart there as the Wafflers, I actually think the TPs there, the double TP, that was a really smart decision. Unfortunately, the disengage was just so strong from the Astronauts that it was hard to follow up. They ended up having to burn the unstoppable force. Raijin felt like they could keep going throughout the hook. Unfortunately, Nautilus Hook's hitbox is a little too good, and he tags the wall, flies right into the waiting arms of the entirety of the Astronauts. And from there, it was just kind of a matter of the rest of the Wafflers falling, you know, piece by piece as they attempt to do something about this Baron, but nothing amounts for them, as now Taunty is going to be the target here once again on the side lane. The Jax is Dunzo. Just another pick out on the side, and this is the name of the game for Taunty this time around. Man's already on vacation. It's just game 1. He was already on vacation the rest of the split. He can't start now. You got a season to win. We'll see. It's certainly looking horrendous. This game is almost certainly over in favor of the Astronauts. So at this point, you kind of have to consider, obviously, there are some things that are not usual, expected results, like this raid boss Volibear. But you kind of have to ask, what could you do differently if you are the Waffles here? Because I think that there were some really good looks that they had that just didn't pan out.
Yeah, they had a couple fights that were looking good at the start, but once Jake got there for most of the fights, it just kind of ended up being over. They every time they got him low, he would just heal back up. They were never able to quite finish off that Volibear early, and it just snowballed into an absolutely insane map advantage. The jungler could out-clear, could be everywhere on that map, and you can see X-Soccer does actually have a little bit of CS, finally surpassing Jake at 35 minutes into the game. But at this point, the Volibear has done his job. He is getting so much. He has been so far ahead. He's already full build with Elixir right now. It's so hard to take him out, too. You have 2 MR items. You have just enough aggression. You have that Dead Man's Plate 2 to help. You have so much cooldown reduction and damage resistance and healing buff. It's kind of impossible. You need all of your resources just to take out this Volibear. And once you use all of them, how are you going to deal with the rest of the team? That's really the big issue, is that, yeah, you're able to take him out, but you can see here, Greeno just getting caught out with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Arcane Barrage coming through now. find a little bit of extra damage popping some of those spell shields, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just disaster because every time you try and walk up, you get hit with CC. You try and take
Yeah.
out Jake, you get hit with CC. You try and look for a minion, you get hit with CC. Sem's now looking for Tawny, who's walking out. X-Soccer stunned up. Flash forward from Enderfridge for a little bit of damage. The Stormbringer doesn't quite hit the tower, but it doesn't matter. X-Soccer goes in. He already used the Curse of Sad Mummy onto one to try and peel back his team. Raijin now caught out under tower. Sem's going forward with that unstoppable force, but doesn't quite extend it far enough. Now looking for the Nexus here, and that looks like it's going to be game. Enderfridge flashes forward, Sem's flashes forward, trying to find a little Florgata with the shutdown onto Enderfridge at the end of the game for a little bit of help, but it won't matter. 18-42, a dominant victory there for Astronauts to kick off our series.
Yeah, an absolutely stunning performance from Jake, of course, but Enderfridge was the real star of this game, I think. Kind of the breakout hit, you know, really, obviously, you got to commend the Volibear there. Did fantastically as a front line, navigated that champion very well to survive in fights for so long. Really good, just micro, you know, movement in fights to avoid a lot of that damage from, you know, the Veigar or, you know, fighting around the Amumu and avoiding tagging yourself with healing reduction. I think really smart play from Jake, but man, Enderfridge looked really good on that Xerath, and as we saw, we might have seen it a couple weeks ago when we saw them against the Astronauts against the Islanders. We saw that kind of lockdown, this long-range lockdown, the combo of the Ashe and the Xerath with champions like the Malphite, or we saw the Ornn was paired with it a couple of weeks ago. It's just so effectively, it just works so effectively, these long-range tools, and it allows champions like the Xerath to go absolutely nutso crazy. And obviously, this was a carry Xerath support this game. I think in the end, you did have some good pyroclasms. Brand did his job. Ashe was a fantastic support. You know, Boat Chicken does it all with style. But man, I was super impressed with Enderfridge that game.
Yeah, I was too. I still think Jake is the MVP here, just able to provide so much for his team. He was in every lane, doing so much, getting those early objectors, and I don't think Enderfridge would have been able to get to the state he was out without him. But yeah, in that late game, it was rare to see Enderfridge miss. That's what it was. The exception were the misses, not the rule. Enderfridge seemed like he had a magnet on every single one of the champions of the enemy team. It just was disgusting to see. One Arcane Barrage would land, he would kill one person, he would change to the next person, pop spell shields, get some damage, then we'd hit a Q, he'd hit another W, one more person would go down. It was insane to watch, an absolute clinic there, and I'd be pretty surprised to see if they don't either have an answer or a ban for that Xerath in game 2.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what answers and plans they have going into draft for game 2. Let's stick around as we'll be going through a quick break. When we'll be back, we'll be in on the draft for game 2. We'll see what our adaptations our gamers will bring to us here in the draft after the break. Welcome back, everybody, here on the draft for game 2 of our series. Astronauts currently up 1 as the Wafflers are back to the drawing board and are going to figure out what they can do here. Unfortunately, you're banned again, Noctisera. The Astronauts, they've got something against you. Yeah, they've got something.
I don't blame them. It is a smart pick. Not the greatest in solo queue right now, but in comp has been seeing a lot of a resurgence as bot lane focus. Bot lane is very strong right now, but the ADC is a bit low, and the best thing you can do is kind of ignore a bot and sort of play for support in jungle and just let bot scale, because it's very strong, because I mean it does what it's supposed to do, which is be a late game menace. Smolder does late game menace better than most other champions, has a casual Elder execute on a passive. And it's the Leona locked up first, actually, instead of this Amumu locked in. So it's going to be Astronauts going for a bit of a more aggressive focus this time. No mage support. Xerath banned out, doesn't matter. Ashe banned out, doesn't matter. We're locking Leona. We're going in.
Yeah, I will say I do really like the Wafflers ban adaptation. They've targeted a lot of what the Astronauts have been succeeding with here in playoffs. Taking that Amumu away from both Enderfridge and Jake, taking that Brand away from pretty much the entire team, and especially taking that Ashe away from Boat Chicken. So many of the Astronauts' winning compositions have been built around this long-range ultimate from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, paired with, you know, so many other tools that they've been utilizing, things like the Xerath, or the Ornn engages, or, you know, even the Brand being able to get in close and follow it up. As we have Floragato bringing the heat here with
I was about
Samira.
to say, how much do you bet we see a Jhin here with the Leona already locked in? No. None of that long range engage. No, we're completely switching up the
Wait, that's Boat Chicken. What the heck?
No, that's
Chicken.
That is the Boat Chicken Samira. Floragato is on Misfortune. We see the volley locked in again. So this isn't what we saw last game from Astronauts. Really smart adaptation from Wafflers, and Astronauts say, instead of going with like, okay, so we're gonna have to, you know, work around. No, completely different con. None of this long range, crazy, you know, extended. No. Leona, Samira, Volibear, we're going in, we're going fast, we're going hard. We're ending the game the second we jump on your face. These fights are going to be over quickly, win or lose. We actually see the Viego now locked up for some extra resets. It's going to be really strong, but I don't know how I feel about it, given how hard it was to sort of get that initial kill with Volibear in the fights in the last game, right? You were never quite able to get that pick or get that finish, and Viego really relies on getting those resets, getting those finishes.
Yeah, and it's going to depend on what the Astronauts pick here, and the fact that you've kind of telegraphed the Viego gives the Astronauts the ability to pick something a little bit less easy to kill in your mid lane and your presumably top lane. As it looks like the Wafflers, they're gonna leave the Quinn up. They look at this composition, they're thinking to themselves, you ain't picking Quinn. It's not gonna happen. You pick Quinn, we counter pick you. As I imagine they're gonna save this counter pick for Toddy as they go for the Orianna, picking that up for the Greeno. Unfortunately, it's not the Viego mid. Sad days for Cat. Happier Cat from last week on Phoenix. Couldn't get the Viego mid. We're not seeing it this week either, as the Ziggs will be considered, but it looks like they are going to go for the Orianna. I think that's fine. It definitely, both picks would have been fine as blind picks. I think the Orianna does work better with the bullet time and, you know, an engage tool, but I don't necessarily like Nautilus and Viego as your only engage, so I'm hoping that the Wafflers have something planned for top lane here, although they are likely going to try and get a counter pick, but they kind of need something else to engage with Nautilus, because I don't really like Nautilus and Viego as your engage tools, even if they are backed up by a Shockwave from Orianna. Meanwhile, we have the Shen picked up in response as the Astronauts consider their last pick here. A very aggressive, skirmish-heavy composition, and Defoe will round it out with the Lux and the insta-lock Mordekaiser from Taunty.
Yeah, not shocked to see this Mordekaiser here. It's a very tanky, very health-centric team comp that you see. Samira obviously wants to go in. Mordekaiser has a lot of really great targets to pull out that sort of want to go in or Leona loves to go in and, be a frontline for a team, pull her into the Death Realm. It's very hard for her to deal with. Shen, same thing. Volibear has a bit more 1v1 potential. Samira wants to go in, though. That's another great target. So Lux and Volibear are kind of the only targets that are going to be either hard to get a Death Realm on, or you don't really want in there. But pretty good targets here. Not shocked to see Orianna going to be really useful here into sort of this grouping meatball comp. So overall, I actually really do like the Wafflers. I do prefer their team comp here. I just wonder if they have what it takes, given the state of how the last game went. I think the really big thing is going to be getting this Viego onto the map early and getting onto the map fast, not letting Jake take over the game on this Volibear again.
Yeah, I will say the Viego is similar to... I said that the Mumu was going to be a major component of the Wafflers. X-Soccer 25 didn't end up being true, but definitely this game, the Viego and X-Soccer 25, a lot is weighing down on this player here to really perform, because it is going to come down to, can you get that first kill? Fortunately, I think because the Lux exists in the game, as long as you can kind of get onto that champion, somehow you can get onto that champion, not get locked up and killed immediately. Lux is a better target to kill than some of these other options, but it is gonna be still a little bit sketchy. I do like the Wafflers comp. I'm holding my optimism about the Astronauts comp. Samira is a champion, always seems to let me down every time I see it, even if it is the one and only Boat Chicken playing with Samira. I see Samira sprint it more than I see Samira succeed. So she's very much a, I will win super hard, or I am going to be less useful than a caster minion as the game progresses. And this is going to be a tough one for Samira to navigate. Will really depend on Sems and Ender Fridge providing support. But looking at these two drafts, which one do you favor going into game 2?
I would say overall, I do favor Wafflers, but I think they need to really mentally recover from game 1 and understand that a lot of what this comes down to is that Taunty cannot be overstepping into this Volibear and giving this jungle an extremely easy time to get on the map. They can do that. I think they're going to have a much easier time going into this mid game, and I think they're going to have a lot easier time playing around objectives. But overall, I think it's relatively even. I will say, I think it's a bloodbath. It's the Shen jungle, isn't it? It's the Shen jungle.
I just got pinged on Discord. Defoe Art said, "Are you ready for the one and only king of jungle?" I look over at my other monitor. I see Sems hovering and locking in the Volibear.
Yeah,
so this
jungle, baby.
This is Shen, River Shen, baby.
River Shen. Okay, forget everything terrible. I said, bro. Forget everything.
This is awful.
Okay, unironically, I do think this is a better option. I didn't know if they were going to go for it. I am now in favor of Astronauts comp. Shen, with that bombies into supportive on the map, gets on the map so quickly and is so strong with these ganks. It's going to be crazy. All right. All right, never mind. Astronauts win. Easy 3-0. I love River Shen.
There's no way I predict against Astronauts all 3 games and they win all 3 games, right? That just doesn't happen, right? No, I think that the fundamental basis of the Wafflers comp is more reliable. I like the damage profile they have. I like the buttons they have. I feel like I'm let down so often by funky picks like River Shen or Samira that I can't believe. I can't trust them. I'm sorry. It just is not gonna happen. So, you can believe in the Astronauts. I will once again believe in the ability of good buttons and a regular team composition that I would want to have. But, call me a hater. I am. And that's the truth. With that said, we are going to be going to a quick break for the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be in on the Rift for Game 2 of our series. Will the River Shen bring us to a match point, or will the Wafflers put down the iron and start their own climb to the top? Stick around. We'll have the game coming at you after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 2 of the Ruby Finals. We have Astronauts versus Wafflers. Astronauts with a decisive 1-0 victory in that first game. Now Game 2, we see a 5-man potential invade on the top side from the Wafflers. Maybe waiting in this bush. You can see Taunty sort of forcing Sems back by walking up, giving space to his team. Now getting collapsed on by Sems and Defoe, but here's the rest of the team. The dredge line goes wide. Taunty forced to back off, and nothing will come of it. Little too early there from Taunty and the team, but I saw the vision. I saw the vision. I understand it. The execution was not quite there.
Yeah, at the very least, nobody ended up burning anything. So it was like, you know, you fish for something and you don't get it. Well, at least you didn't burn anything. So that's all right. I'm sure they'll be a-okay with that. Meanwhile, we do have a Shen on our screen. A Shen in the jungle. A river Shen. This has been something that is kind of a very niche pick. It's come back into favor recently due to some of the items just being favorable for Shen to actually clear in the jungle. He can kind of serve as one of those lower econ Balmies focused junglers who just really enables a lane, at least from my understanding, because otherwise his clears are a little slow. He's not going to be having the lightning fast clears until he gets to that Balmies, and even then probably won't be able to keep up with the Viego, but as long as he paths sufficiently, it likely won't be too catastrophic for him. It's just going to require a little bit of just good old-fashioned jungling from Jake to stay on top of things against the Viego. Meanwhile, just across the rift, fairly even in these early stages. Boat Chicken actually claiming a little bit of a CS advantage, at least at the start, but that'll get neutralized here off of this wave, as the wave's actually in a pretty good spot for Florigato down in bot. I would say it's not amazing for the Samira.
Yeah, and both junglers pathing up top side here. You can see X-Soccer wants to make sure that Taunty isn't getting destroyed up here too early by some jungle pressure, but it's actually Sems with the 1v1 pressure right now, just putting on the heat nice and early on. Jake could be up here for a potential dive, maybe. Has to be careful, though. Does have a slower clear than X-Soccer, as we see. But this says something about the Shen, right? After that sort of slow clear, after getting that Balmies, you're able to use a lot of these lower income, lots of low cost items. We see a lot of this redemption, the Knight's Vow, sort of just tons of global pressure with that redemption. You can just drop it from jungle while you're clearing, right? Help a top fight, help a bot fight, help a mid fight, drop healing, drop damage, and you don't even have to be there.
Ooh, a really smart choice from Jake to go for the Scuttle here, using Sems' pressure up and topside to just secure that little bit of more risky objective for himself, and now he can go back and either pick up that blue buff, or it looks like he's actually going to go for a lane gank here into Taunty. Taunty does still have flash, so this could be a bit of... This might not be the best use of his time, but they are going to look for it anyways. The sword goes through. Did Taunty see that?
I don't know. I think it was just a little bit close to vision. You can see Taunty now forcing back that claw. And yeah, that's a not great. We're leaving that blue buff up that is lost XP, lost cooldown. That's going to help a lot. And we're picking up the Kindle gem? Question mark?
Yeah, they're picking up the Kindle gem. An interesting choice. Sems is going to be in danger.
Are we just rushing redemption possibly, or locket, or maybe like I don't know really what we're doing here. Sems now taking a lot of damage in the top side. Taunty flashing forward, not able to find that kill. The tower luckily won't take him out, but it's not going to be enough. A nice little roam from Raijin there does force the flash out of Sems, but Taunty also forced to use that flash just to get out. A little trading in the mid lane there. Greeno forced to flash out on a potential kill. Maybe thought he was at risk of getting ganked, but still full HP. Jake now looking, thought he had maybe had a potential dive. It's Enderfridge flashing forward, but isn't able to find that Zenith Blade quite yet. X-Soccer trying to dodge out. Jake with a lot of damage and slows. Now it's Defoe forced to flash away from Greeno, who no longer has that flash to chase after, so has to be careful. Defoe has the flash, has the TP. Jake now in the mid lane. Greeno doesn't have flash. Flash forward by Jake, and the binding will pick up first blood for Defoe.
That was super risky from Defoe to walk up there. Unfortunately, the Q just didn't have enough damage. Meanwhile, Jake is going to get caught out and killed on the response there. Just never mind.
Oh,
Jake
the dodge and the binding, really nice there. A really nice Spear's Refuge there to sort of dodge out on that auto damage from X-Sock. Flash forward, tried to find it. You could see Raijin took the dredge line into the wall to try and find something, but wasn't able to find any more damage. Raijin now maybe caught out Enderfridge, did land the Zenith Blade. Needs one more combo to try and lock this up. Greeno now here, though, and they have to be careful. The ultimate from Lux and the dodge in from Boat Chicken to make sure that he dodges out on that extra damage from the Shockwave. Now flashing in, finishing off X-Soccer, dashing back through a minion, but he's not actually going to get out of that tower shot. Greeno finished off by Defoe, a double kill for Florigato. 2 for 2 now currently. Defoe looking for some damage, looking for a binding. Now it's Sems here, and Florigato might have walked up a little bit too far. The Stormbreaker coming out. Sems looking for a little bit more, but slowed up before he can get anything extra. Florigato out, a 2 for 2 in the mid lane. I will say, very nice execution there from Boat Chicken. Manages to land that double, even if he gets taken out by the tower.
Yeah, a very solid movement there from Boat Chicken in that fight. Despite getting taken out, that was a very bloody confrontation around the mid lane. But I think the big winner of that was Defoe, who ends up now sitting at 2-0-2 after the events that have transpired around him. And that is a very sizable amount of gold for a Lux to have, especially this early in the game. Lux is a champion who really is, once she has a lead, she can make so much happen with it because she has that utility of her shield with a prismatic barrier. She has the slow, she has the roots. She also just does a ton of damage when she has those items. So a little bit of an early lead is going to make it very, very tough around these early to mid objectives because Lux can just set up so much for the team here. For the astronauts. But meanwhile, Raijin sitting, stealthing a little bit here. The Boat Chicken will miss that Q. Will not find Raijin. Raijin going for something. And Viego's here.
Soccer is here to try and find it. Just going to land the stun onto Enderfridge, who no longer has a flash. Manages to get the stun off in the Aftershock. Able to tank so much from that extra W, and Jake finally here. Looking for more. Looks for the stun, but doesn't find it. X-Soccer was able to get that body. Raijin now looking for the dredge line. Boat Chicken trying to get that those stacks up. Doesn't have an ultimate yet. X-Soccer not going to look for that ultimate dive under tower, but is able to pick up a clean 2 kills there. And we do finally see the bombies come out from Jake, albeit a little bit late. But we are seeing it now. They are Wafflers first on the dragon. Gold's still even. Defoe maybe going to look for something over the wall, looking for some damage onto X-Soccer. He can get enough poke. He might be able to find a combo to finish off.
He's just stepping up.
Just daring Greeno and Soccer to do something. The Shockwave is still up. The damage now coming in. The Shockwave is enough, but Boat Chicken's able to come in, get some extra damage. Now ulted by Jake, trying to find a way into the fight, but he won't get the channel finished. Here now Defoe. Flash forward from Raijin to get the root, but a nice double binding there onto Greeno and Florigato. Jake takes out one. Enderfridge chasing forward, but it's going to be Ignite that takes out Greeno. 2 kills and a sort of re-engage there from Jake and the rest of the astronauts to take out that dragon.
Yeah, man, that is insane from Defoe. The absolute confidence on the Lux there, knowing he has all the tools, knowing he has that range, playing at the range perfectly he needs to sit at to avoid getting completely womboed by Soccer and Greeno. Honestly, just kind of waiting for the dragon to pummel them, finding the opportunity. Boat Chicken pulling the trigger as well to just secure that first one. It's unfortunate that Jake's Stand United didn't go through. Earlier in that last fight where Enderfridge got locked up and lived for so long, I was kind of waiting for that Stand United. Was level 6 there, didn't end up burning it earlier. Used it in that fight, didn't quite get there immediately, but it didn't end up mattering as Defoe just dealt so much damage on the back with those Lucent Singularities. The explosive E's from Lux are so dangerous And now with the Luden's Companion completed at 10 minutes, Defoe is gonna be dictating the pace of this game almost certainly here. Although the Wafflers will be picking up this round of grubs for themselves as the they'll just kind of be the neutral objective take here. And on the bot side, Boat Chicken's looking to get a little bit of plate gold for himself, looking to get that first plate. Flag pings are coming down. They're looking for some kind of assistance as Florigato is, you know, sitting a little very safely far away from anything else. But Jake might have found something, or maybe they've found trouble here. It's 3v4.
Yeah, Jake going in. They're managing to find Raijin first, and the damage comes down. A flash forward from Boach. You can try and find it. Has to be very careful, though. It's going to be the first kill taken out by Florigato. Jake now forced to run away as X-Soccer goes in with Samira's body, looking for Defoe now, who's slowed up by that red buff, but the ghost is good. The speed is good. X-Soccer going forward, manages to find that Lux body, looking for maybe a little bit of extra damage onto Jake, but he won't find it. What started off as a really great engage, Boat Chicken goes forward, but caught by the shockwave, caught by X-Soccer, and all that damage comes out. They weren't ready for the burst that they saw, and Wafflers managed to turn that fight there. Florigato now going forward, looking for Enderfridge. The aftershock, the shields from Jake, and it looks like they weren't quite communicating that, or I think Enderfridge probably keeps going forward there. Meanwhile, on the top side, Sem's looking for a little bit of fight on Tawny, but both these top laners have just been sort of content to trade farm and not really worry about a massive fight just yet. You can see Jake now finishing that redemption up, so is on those spikes. Defoe very strong right now, but have to be careful. That is a 3-0-3 Misfortune, and we know how strong Misfortune can be when she gets a lead, especially in these sort of lower divisions.
Yes.
Where you just press the R, you press that bullet time, you just deal so much damage. You can one-shot people with Qs. It is disgusting. And I assume we'll see that relatively soon. We should have Grubs. The second round of Grubs coming up relatively soon, I believe. And
I don't know if we'll get the second round. I think they took too long to get the first round, so I think we're just gonna get a Herald.
I wish we still had Herald Timer. We used to have Herald Timer.
It's looking like Herald's gonna be up in a minute here, and I don't think Grubs are gonna spawn before then. So
no, so I'd imagine Herald might be the next fight, although relatively close to Drag, but we should see a fight around those pretty soon. Enderfridge, though, looking forward, not ready there, forced to flash out. Boltstorm comes out, but Flash will save Enderfridge's life. Was a little disrespectful there. Thought, you know, oh, it's just Raijin, I can deal with this. But X-Soccer and Florigato were both there to back up their support.
Yeah. So currently in the game here, very even between these two teams. Almost dead even in gold, although there is a slight, very slight lead. Is just dipping back and forth, actually. So yeah, gold is just even here for both of these teams, but where this gold is distributed is where we need to kind of worry about, as Defoe is going to be under fire once again, but Jake is around. Another whiff.
Misses out on the shockwave there. Maybe expected X-Soccer to go forward. Now Raijin in the mid lane finds Jake, not Defoe, trying to dodge out on a little bit of damage. The ultimate comes out, and Jake manages to survive. The redemption heal also helps out Sems now in the mid lane. Toddy going forward, pulls Defoe into the Death Realm. Tons of damage there on these isolated obliterates here. He can find one more, he'll manage to get Defoe, and there it is. But now he's in the middle of the rest of the astronauts. Boat Chicken, Jake, and Toddy all looking for that damage, and it's going to be Boat Chicken finishing off the kill. Both top laners participating in their first fight. One a kill, one assist for Sems, one kill for Tawny, but that dragon is up. Reno and X-Soccer don't have any ults, but they are still alive, running back now, trying to find something to see. Jake might have gone down, but actually TPing back using his ultimate on Boat Chicken.
I love that.
So that he's really able to find this. Boat Chicken walking out of the pit, maybe a little bit early now, going forward, trying to find a little bit of extra flash into the wall. Barely misses out. Florigato with the Ignite is able to go forward. The Sky Splitter from Sems needs to find it, but it's going to be the laser from Defoe that finds it. Jake going in now, looking for Greeno. X-Soccer backing up as well. Looking for a little bit more. Defoe over the wall, just using that E to get some vision, get a little bit of extra damage here. The shield from Greeno looking pretty strong here, but it's going to be X-Soccer caught out. Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ultimate. Defoe with another binding is so strong. And a really nice shockwave bear there, but doesn't have quite the damage to follow it up.
Toddy's almost up there.
Still looking there. Toddy going around the backside. Taunty, no. Maybe. Trying to look for something. A double binding there from Defoe. And the laser is back up. He finds another. Defoe cannot be stopped. He has not missed a skill shot this game. It feels like the Strider goes on. Raijin goes down. And the bullet time gets a lot of damage onto Jake and Enderford. They're not able to take anything out. Another binding now onto Florigato. And an E as well. Sem's going back around to try and find something. But they have relegated themselves. They have had enough. I think the Wafflers now backing out, but Taunti's walking in. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they're not ready. Defoe finally misses a binding for the first time this game. It feels like, and it looks like both teams back up. The dragon's still up. Are we giving? Okay, with the final spark down onto the dragon and not securing it, that will decide it. Dragon ends up going in favor of the Wafflers, but the fight undoubtedly went in favor of the Astronauts. Now up 2k gold. Defoe is absolutely massive, and it feels like this final spark just doesn't have a cooldown. Started off the fight with it to kill Raijin, use it again to kill X-Soccer. Greeno forced to back off here, and it looks like all of the gold feels like it's in the mid lane difference, right? 300 gold here, 300 gold there for the top laners, but it's about 500 gold in the bot side and almost 2,000 in mid.
Yeah, I don't know. Watching Defoe Lux, Defoe's Lux is the reason why my pronouns are he and they, because I'll never be him. Oh man.
Okay, you know what? You get that one. That's pretty good.
It is.
I like that one.
Incredible stuff. I stole that from somewhere. I don't remember where I stole it from, but it is a good one.
You know what? It is a good one though. You get to take it. It's yours now.
Yeah, it is just insane watching Defoe on this Lux champion. Something he busts out every now and then. He reminds people why it is such a threat that you have to contend with. Just landing so many of those bindings, being a nuisance across the map, as we have another dive going down.
Yeah, dive now. Florigato, Ignite down, but healing a little bit off those minions with the BT. The lifesteal's still enough, and Enderfridge might have done a bit too far forward. It's going to be the bullet time that takes it out. Boat Chicken goes down as well. Now it's Jake in the middle of 4, goes over the wall to try and find something. X-Soccer trying to use that extra movement speed from that hollowed mist to try and chase it down. But it's Gwen, the Shadow Mist. Not hallowed. That would be Gwen. Ruination event confused me, alright? It fried my brain with how bad it was. Now I can't remember what mist is which. Oh, are they looking for the Hack Slash? Raijin over the wall, looking for the dredge line, finds Defoe. X-Soccer now goes in with that Maw. Maybe looking? No, not able to find anything though. Not quite there. Don't have the ultimates or the damage to secure up Defoe. Use the flash to get away. Trying to stay safe. And it's going to be Jake and Sems actually on the Herald. So despite losing out on that bot lane fight, they're able to just rotate up and take that. And you can see Sems actually looks like he's going for the Jack build. I assume he has Jack of all trades given the build he's going.
I'm going to take a look-see, and I will let you know. I've got bad news. He doesn't even have inspiration.
What is it with these people?
We will never see anybody go Jack and do it properly.
You see people go Jack and then not go the build, and now you see people going the build but not running Jack. It is free power. It is free strength. It is why this build is so good. It is why the build is so good. It's because you hit so many stats. Okay, you know what? Whatever. The build is still, pretty decent, even if you don't have that free power. Yeah. Taunti, though, going in. Without the power of this build, though, you can go in, use the Stormbreaker and the Sky Splitter to try and get that shield. And you can see now the heal coming down. The Redemption goes down. Sems not able to get that healing. We're still in the Death Realm. Jake flashes forward there. Little something, but nice little pull back there from Taunti to try and kite himself out. And the Rowlai's slow is enough. The final spark, and it's the Arcane Comet that finishes off Taunti. A snipe from Defoe from downtown there. And you can see the hitbox was just barely outside. Right there, just hitting it. Barely missing. Barely hitting there. A little bit more and it wouldn't have hit, but tries to walk back into mid through a bit of a dangerous route and gets taken out for his troubles. Meanwhile, on the bot side now, Boat Trickin' dodging out on a lot of that bullet time damage thanks to that little Samira wind wall right there. Jake with the ultimate to secure an assist as well. Gold even back up, though, because of that shutdown that they were able to get on Defoe.
Yeah, a little bit of a strange path for Defoe to take going back in the mid lane. I think he's just feeling himself a little too much there. Just felt super confident walking back in, but, you know, eventually Greeno can't miss every single shockwave and does land that one. So it's just an easy pickup there. But on the top side, yeah, that snipe from the final spark with, of course, the Luden's gun, the wizard gun, manages to help. That and the Arcane Comet both just help secure that sniped kill. But yeah, the shutdown is huge, and it's really going to help get a lot of gold, especially into X Soccer, who, again, is kind of this focal point for the team. We're not going to see no Herald shenanigans this time around. No illegal Herald driving here. We are following the rules of the road in this game, as the bot turret will be claimed. The Drake is up. This is the first chem tech of the game. Both teams at 1 Drake. So neither team gets a huge advantage from this, but neither are too disadvantaged that they have to give it up. And it looks like we're going to see a pinch here as the Astronauts looking to flank.
Yeah, X-Soccer potentially caught out, but Jake misses the taunt. Now the TP in from Taunty to try and get this flank now. Taunty rushing forward, trying to find Boat Chicken, who flashes over the wall. They're not going to be able to get him. Now it's going to be Enderfridge in the middle, trying to tank it up. The Redemption helping so much. Sems now in the fight off that TP, and the bullet time over the wall to zone off the rest of the team, but Sems got put into the death realm, which actually might have saved him and bought enough time, but Taunty's actually going to be the one that gets the kill. Enderfridge, half HP, able to make it out, but it's going to be Wafflers coming out on top of that fight there.
Yeah, the HP bars are just so big, and the damage is so high from the side of the Waffler. So with the bullet time and the zoning potential of this roster, it's so dangerous to step up. As now Defoe's going to be in a bit of danger. Jake's going for Jake's over the wall.
Yeah, he's blocking a lot of damage here. The final spark comes out, trying to bond it. A lot of damage onto Florigato, but they're not going to be able to secure it. It's going to be Greeno who secures that smite there. Raijin flashed over the wall just to buy some time, and they weren't able to kill him. They were actually just focused on trying to get that damage within smite range to get Jake that smite, but wasn't able to secure it quite the way you would want him to, and ends up dying for his troubles. But it could be a lot worse. Waffler's in a bit of a lead right now, not even 1,000 though. Game still very, very close. And Boat Chicken having a bit of a hard time on the Samira, especially with that early advantage that Florigato managed to get, and especially into this team comp that really just punishes you for going in.
Yeah, it is very much punishing for Florigato, or not for Boat Chicken here. That's kind of the, you know, the famine side of the Samira coin, you know, the one she throws at you with her taunt. When she flips that coin in game, this game, unfortunately, the tools that the Wafflers have just make it really hard for Samira to play the game, because she goes into melee range and she kind of just becomes a sitting duck if she doesn't have proper support from Jake or Enderfridge, and neither have been able to provide that really fantastic support. It's now Jake is going to be the target.
Yeah, Jake dashing out, manages to get out there, but with the rest of his team here looking for something, Enderfridge goes in, but they're not able to find a lot of damage. Tawny actually puts Defoe into the death realm, which manages to buy a little bit of time that he wasn't able to get on the dredge line. Now trying to kite back, gets the root off. Now Taunty might be in the middle of 3, a little bit too far forward, but it's going to be Sems with the Stormbreaker, manages to take out one, Enderfridge with another, but it's not going to be enough. That only one pick. But this is what we're talking about with X-Soccer sort of getting these resets. Even though he has a lot of the assists, he wasn't really the person doing all of the damage. Getting those assists, getting a lot of this value from resetting those cooldowns is just so strong there. And Defoe walked up a bit too far, got caught in Toddy's Death Realm, and they were able to take him out, but the rest of his team was just there to collapse early on, and it's going to be Wafflers with this Baron.
Yeah, Waffler's going to be claiming this Baron right here. Jake going for the Stand United there to try and get into the fight, but of course, you know, you kill the target who Shen is teleporting to. Shen just does not arrive to the fight. And yeah, the pick onto Jake, even though I don't think they got that kill, that just snowballed into the Astronauts attempting to take a fight. And I think what we're starting to see here with the Astronauts is that their damage is just kind of low. Like, Defoe does quite a bit, but the fact that he's the only real threat right now, it makes it super easy for the side of Wafflers to do their threat assessment. Okay, there's Defoe. Let's click our button on him. You know, click him with the Death Charge, or click him with the Death Realm, right? It's very easy to just kind of make him a non-factor. And once Defoe is out of the fight, then it's just boat chicken. And unfortunately, this Samira is not pumping out the DPS needed to cut through some of these frontline and even backline members. It's just been super rough for the damage to come through, and we're kind of waiting. You know, Sems is doing this high value, you know, Build-A-Bear, Volibear, Jack of all trades without Jack, of course, as, you know, Jack of all trades actually suboptimal when you're doing the Jack of all trades build, as we know. It's only optimal when you're not doing it, of course. But yeah, it's a little unfortunate. The damage is just kind of super low for Astronauts here, and we're going to be waiting to see if Boat Chicken can get a couple more items, and we can see these fights really pan out. Maybe Sems gets a third item, and we start to see this Volibear become an unkillable god like we saw last game, but it's just looking a little bit like that's not going to happen, and with these easy-to-kill targets gives X-Soccer free resets, but Raijin is just going to die.
Yeah, Raijin a bit too far forward, looking for a potential dive there, and they will get the tower for it, but Raijin goes down in the process. And Defoe's actually able to split on that top side. Has to be careful now, though. X-Soccer running up. Just taking the Raptors, not collapsing on Defoe quite yet. You can see him working his way around now, though, looking for that blast cone. Takes it, looking for right on top of Defoe. The root lands, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. X-Soccer with the Heart Piercer manages to take it out. Now it's Taunty getting caught out, possibly. You can see Enderfridge and Sems going in. Jake sort of just buying time, daring Taunty, but does not use the Death Realm in time. He was sort of waiting for Jake to maybe go in there, but probably should have just used it on Enderfridge. Goes out with a nice bit of burst thanks to the Sky Splitter and the Frenzied Maul reset there. Now full prio on the Dragon for them. Greeno is there. Raijin moving in. Defoe is still dead and doesn't have the TP, but they should have this damage. You can see Boat Chicken walking out, catching the wave mid, but I don't know if they have the damage to fight this without Boat Chicken. They have to be careful. Boat Chicken now caught without the rest of his team. Stormbringer goes in, though. Lorgato no longer has that bullet time over the wall, though. Does have a bunch of extra damage, though. An amazing shockwave there from Greeno onto 3. Boat Chicken flashes forward, is able to take out Raijin on the backside, but now Enderfridge forced to black out. X-Soccer with the reset now, and the ultimate onto Florigato. Defoe's able to find it. The Heart Piercer in, though. Gets a stun with Enderfridge, trying to buy a little bit more time with that binding, but he won't be able to find a Greeno. And X-Soccer still alive here. X-Soccer flashing forward, looking for the binding, will find it. And that will be a double kill for X-Soccer. An ace for the Wafflers, and full priority on this Dragon now.
Yeah, a full ace going over to the Wafflers there, and X-Soccer pulling out all the stops here, doing what we wanted to see this player do this game. You pick Viego, you need to be the one to get those resets and put the game, kind of take control of the game and start piloting it. And this is absolutely what X-Soccer is doing here. Finding so many good resets. Got to commend to Greeno there for that incredibly strong shockwave there. The side of the Astronauts kind of just clumped up for that freebie there, and you know, you take all the freebies you can get. The fact that Defoe was killed was not there at the start of the fight. Boat Chicken was there a little bit too late. It was just a little bit sloppy at the start there, and unfortunately, because of that, the Wafflers were able to just make it very easy for them to go in, pick off the targets they need to, and then, you know, win the fight from there. And again, we see kind of a damage problem. Once Defoe arrived, they started turning the fight a little bit, but it was just far too late for anything to happen. They need their damage to be there at the same time, and they need the proper support to keep the damage alive. If Boat Chicken falls, they lack that AD. If Defoe falls, they lack anything, really. They lack most of their damage if Defoe falls. So it just is so difficult. This composition is so challenging to play for the side of the Astronauts here, especially because there are just so many great tools that the Wafflers have that they've been making fantastic use of and giving X-Soccer so many free resets. So it's just kind of, it's a tough one, I would say, for the Astronauts. I don't think they're out of the game yet. I think there is still plenty of opportunity to, once Volibear gets another item, once we get an actual fight where Boat Chicken and Defoe can do what they're planning on doing, you know, Defoe shooting from long range, Boat Chicken going in close to clean up. The theory is there, but there's just so much that they both have to play through. And honestly, I think it's just going to come down to, can they poke out effectively with the Lux before the Wafflers find the right angle. And so far, we've not really seen that in the middle to later stages of the game. So, you know, hopefully Defoe can find it here. I think he's done it before, but it's definitely going to be a challenge.
Yeah, definitely difficult to get back into this game at this point. You're looking down a 5k gold advantage. You're looking Soul Point, Baron, full priority on the rest of the map. Very hard to kill off these carries now. And X sort of flipping the foot. Last game it was Jake as the sort of incredibly strong hyper carry jungler that's incredibly hard to kill. This game it's X Soccer, right? If you get this assist, you're able to sort of take that body, usually a frontliner or a tankier member who has a lot of these CC abilities. You get a heal off of it. You have a lot of extra damage when you choose not to be in that body, so it's very strong. Jake is sort of this extra tank support, right? With the Locket, the Redemption, the Knight's Vow. Sort of this lower econ, giving a lot of this help over to his teammates. But it's really hard because Boat Chicken is finally on 3 items, but Samira is someone that kind of needs to snowball. And if you're even in items, you're kind of behind, right? You just don't have the same level of consistent damage output. A lot of it's in burst in your ultimate. And that's really hard to get off when you have Taunty with the Death Realm, you have Karina with a Shockwave, you have X-Soccer who can just auto you to death, you have Raijin with all his CC. So very difficult to really get in and get these picks that you really need to start off the fights.
Yeah, so we're going to need to see what the Astronauts can do here going forward. The Drake is up in a minute. That's going to be Soul for the Wafflers if they go for it. And the Baron is up right now, and it looks like currently both teams are posturing around the top side of the map. Nobody wants to be caught with their pants down, and the Baron being an easy target. So, you know, we'll have to keep an eye on that, but I would imagine that the Wafflers are absolutely going to be looking to get this Chemtech Drake, even if they have to trade the Baron for it. I think that they have enough clearing and side lane pressure with the you know, the clears from the Orianna and Misfortune and pressure on the sides from Mordekaiser and even Viego, that they aren't going to be too concerned if they have to trade the Baron for the Soul. But we'll have to see what they decide to prioritize here. Both teams starting to move down towards the Drake. Astronauts first in the river, but we'll see if that actually makes a difference as Sems getting chunked out a little bit there. We'll likely heal that back up before too long. Vision's control is honestly not good for either team. There are some Vision plants, at the very least. I think right now the advantage is certainly in favor of the Wafflers as both teams start navigating their way towards the mid lane. Top laner is kind of stuck in bot lane as now Sam's going to be late to move up, and Taunty's going to aggro this Baron, and this is going to be real rough.
Yeah, the Dragon currently aggroed, and the team bit split for the Astronauts. Enderfridge and Sems towards the bottom, Jake, Boat Chicken, and Defoe towards the top. And it's just really hard to sort of get in at this point, because you have your main engage, your main front line towards the bot side, and your damage dealers towards the top. It's going to be Taunty now trying to walk down Sems and Enderfridge, but they might have been able to find Florigato now. It's going to be Sems pulled into the Death Realm finally, and the Death Charge manages to find the foe. The ult comes out, but X-Soccer manages to find that first kill. Now Taunty in the Death Realm, looking for more. Sems has to flash away before getting anything. Meanwhile, on the bot side, you have Florigato with the bullet time, taking out one. A double kill for X-Soccer, a triple kill for X-Soccer now, going in. Another kill onto the Dragon. That's going to be sold down at Ender Chicken, the last one alive. They're going to be pushing into this mid lane, seeing if they can get something. They have a lot of damage now, just moving towards that Baron, or they were. Now, though, currently walking down, looking to see if they might be able to end this out. 25 seconds on Defoe. See if they can get anything, and now Enderfridge realizes they're just shoving down mid lane. Yeah, one tower 18 goes down, the inhib goes down. Florigato just trying to chase down for a little bit more damage. Defoe still in 10. And they realize that they might not have the damage for the towers quick enough, so they're going to rotate back to this Baron here.
Yeah, they're going to peel back off, go for the easy Baron. This is not going to be able to be contested. Jake is too far away from being up. Defoe and Boat Chicken will spawn, but all they're going to be able to do is clear waves. And now it is just a matter of time before the Wafflers look to take this game down. As X Soccer, again, in that last fight around the Drake, as we kind of saw at the start there, it was so split. The front line, Enderfridge and Sems, were on the bot there. Jake was trying to move up with Defoe and Boat Chicken, but they had no vision on X Soccer. And X Soccer just had an amazing flank. Got onto Defoe, and once Defoe was taken out, it was over. There was no way that the Astronauts are going to be able to win that fight and turn it back around. And yeah, even if things, you know, like Boat Chicken found the back line of the Wafflers, which he didn't, I just don't think he would have had the damage either, because he's going to be trying to cut down this Misfortune who has the Bloodthirster, and this Oriana who has Azanias, and, you know, is probably just going to die to Mordekaiser, honestly. So it's just so it just was so difficult for these fights, and it doesn't help that they were just so kind of miscoordinating around that Drake there. They really needed to stick as 5, you know, follow up with Sems and Enderfridge first, then going you know, with Boat Chicken following, Defoe getting hooked on the side.
Yeah, and going forward, trying to maybe hop over the wall to find something, but not able to find anything there. Now an Enderfridge engaged on X Soccer with another kill, currently legendary, 15 kills on right now. Lorgato flashing forward, using that bullet time and the rain to try and get the slow dare. Gets 2 kills now. Sems looking for a 1v1 onto Taunty, but Taunty has that damage. The obliterate and the passive is just so strong. A little bit of a battle of healing, but Taunty ends up coming out on top, and it's going to be Wafflers to end this game with a 13,000 gold advantage, coming back from what looked like a bad early game into an absolutely amazing mid game there, evening up our score 1-1.
Yeah, evened up 1-1. The ambitious composition from the Astronauts just not panning out. Yeah, it's really good execution from the side of the Wafflers here. They played around a Viego win condition for their fights, and wouldn't you know, it ended up working out. It was certainly a little concerning, the early Viego pick. They could have had a harder time, but the fact that he had some pretty easy targets to get onto, and the rest of the team was so willing to enable that early pick, just allowed for those resets. And I don't think there was ever a fight where we were waiting for X Soccer to get that first reset. The team was coordinated to make sure the Viego got the reset, and from there it was just easy pickings, because the damage that the Astronauts provided with the River Shen on all support items, and the Build-A-Bear Vault, the Jack of all trades Volibear without Jack of all trades, there just really wasn't any kind of damage for the team. So it's a bit definitely really, really good for the Wafflers, I would have to say. I was very impressed with how the team as a whole kind of turned it around from game 1. They looked very sloppy, and game 1 and game 2, they weren't clean per se, but they executed their comp exactly the way they needed to, and prevented Astronauts from getting any kind of progress in any of those fights.
Yeah, really struggling there towards the mid game, especially. A very explosive early game from Defoe, Jake, and Sems all looking really good. But yeah, Boat Chicken have off to a sort of rough start, not ever able to really dive in. It felt kind of like the comp was entirely designed just to make sure Samira couldn't get in, and that's exactly what it did. And it was really rough, sort of, when you don't have an ADC that's able to put in the damage that they need, that's able to get a lot of this into sort of such a tanky team comp, into a comp where you really need to get past that front line first to actually do anything. They just weren't able to get it done. We'll have to see, though. I think maybe Astronauts cooked a little bit too hard here, maybe reining it back a little bit for the next game. But for right now, I think we're going to cut it to a short break. When we come back, we will have Game 3 ready for you. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, here for Game 3 of our Finals series here. The Wafflers tied it up last game with a very well-executed Viego-centered composition. We'll have to see what the Wafflers and Astronauts are going to bring into this game here. We've swapped sides again. The Astronauts are back on red side. I wonder what both of our teams have planned going into this draft. What would you like to see our Astronauts do here in this game?
I'd like to see some adaptations here, mostly in the bot lane. I think I did like the Leona. I like this sort of aggression, but it can really fall off if you don't get a massive lead early in something like the Samira. I think obviously having that Ashe banned out really hurts and can really suffer. And we see it banned out again. This round we're actually banning out the Viego, so I don't want to see any of that crazy reset shenanigans again.
Yeah, the Viego is going to be taken off the table, and the Amumu will be picked up first. High priority Amumu pick here. The Ashe getting denied away in the Ornn. Again, targeting that brand and that Ashe, I think, super smart from the Wafflers, considering that's kind of been the centerpiece of the Astronauts compositions these past couple weeks in playoffs. And the Amumu as well have just been a really high priority pick. Misfortune and Leona are going to be the response here from the Astronauts. Very, very strong stuff. Orianna will be the response there. Greeno did look fine, I think. Sufficient on the Orianna pick. Had some good shockwaves, had some good looks. There were some rough spots, but, I mean, that's just the nature of the game. And plus, Orianna paired with any kind of hard lockdown and engage is so good. And we have Florigato going to be locking in that Zeri. Unless Taunti's going to be bringing us Zeri top. I don't think that's going to happen. We might just be getting that Zeri out into the bot lane.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. We see that the sort of Amumu locked in with the Orianna, sort of a classic wombo combo composition. You go in, get the Curse's Head Mummy, channel it into a Shockwave, get a big combo here. We do see the Leona and the Malphite both locked in again. On the same team this time, lots of heavy engage, and instead of seeing something like the Samira like we did last game, we're going to see the Misfortune, a bit safer, a bit more reliable, especially if you don't get the massive lead early, but if you do, can definitely snowball that. We see the Volibear banned out. Don't want to see any top lane Volibear, jungle Volibear, raid boss shenanigans happening this time.
Yeah, no, they don't want to let that Volibear go through. It's a little bit too risky. Meanwhile, the Kled and Mordekaiser will be banned away from Toddy. The Mord was very annoying last game, I think. Just kind of put a damper on everything, on a lot of what the Astronauts was trying to do, especially because their composition ended up becoming so single-player centric. But with that out of the way, we now have a bit of a dilemma here. Do we wait for... I feel like we pick our jungle now and just kind of accept that this is likely going to be an Amumu jungle. Could be an Amumu support with the Zeri. I don't really like that duo, as we have the Xerath locked in, and I think that's going to be a Defoe Xerath this time around. I don't know where Leona would go, so...
Hey, Titanic Leona jungle, baby.
Yep.
No. Highly doubt it. We are just going to see a Vi potentially locked in. That would make me think it's probably going to be a Mumu support now. I'm going to have to see what we round it out with. If we get a top laner here, I think it's kind of just confirmed that a Mumu would be going support. And yeah, that's going to be the the Mundo into the Malphite, sort of a standard tank Ditto up there. A very aggressive jungle pick, sort of combo with this aggressive support. I don't know how I feel about it into the Leona Misfortune. I think people underestimate how good Zeri can be early, especially with that E level. Can get very aggressive, does do quite a lot of damage, especially with that right click. You know, the Zeri's autos is her Q, her right click is that sort of zap that does a little bit more and is an execute. We see the Lilia actually locked in here. Interesting to lock Lilia into this much sort of hard CC. especially when a lot of it is giant AoEs and point and click. But if you get ahead early and you're able to run around, it can be a massive threat into this sort of squishy needs to go in type composition. Off the rip here, though, I think I am going to favor the Wafflers. I think this is a much easier to execute comp. I think there are strong carries, strong front line. The engage is pretty simple. The counter engage is pretty simple. It's a very straightforward game plan. I think the Astronauts have much of the same situation, but it seems like they're sort of pulling themselves in two separate directions with a mix of hard engage and tons of range on different sides. It's very weird.
Yeah, it's definitely very weird. Looking at these two drafts, personally, and thinking about which one I'd favor, unfortunately, I've been preaching the unholiness of Vi for the entire season. I think the champion is pee-pee poo-poo bad and no good. However, the rest of the Waffles team is really solid. It's going to be pretty tough, I think, to cut through the front line that Waffles have with the Mundo and the Amumu. The only thing is that maybe their damage is a little low. It's going to be very Zeri reliant later in the game, although Orianna can pump out a little bit of DPS, and Mundo theoretically can do quite a bit of damage. I feel like the Astronauts have drafted themselves a fairly straightforward composition in terms of how they want to fight later in the game. But it is going to be a bit more challenging just because they have some picks that can really become truly useless, like the Lilia, if she just is not able to keep up with pressure around the map that Vi can provide. But personally, I'm a Vi hater. I've hated Vi my entire life. I'm going for Astronauts. I believe in the Astronauts this time around for the first time this series, and we'll see if I regret that. How about you? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I think I feel much the same way. There seems to be a lot of failure points in the Astronauts comp that can really fall through if they don't get ahead. If they do get ahead, Astronauts comp can absolutely steamroll you, and it can be a menace to deal with. But yeah, things like that Lilia, like that Xerath, that are just able to get shut down and can really struggle if they're not able to keep up. I don't know. I like the Wafflers comp a lot, especially after how they played last game.
Yeah, and I think if they can keep that momentum going, they definitely have the ability to take over this game. It's going to be the Florigato show if that's going to be the case, though. So we'll have to see. We're going to go to a quick break for the spectator lane. When we come back, we'll be in on the Rift for Game 3. Who's going to take it? We'll have to see. Stick around. Game coming at you after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for Game 3 of our Ruby Division Finals. Scores evened up 1-1 with Wafflers taking the last game, blowing it open in the mid-game, making a very hard time for the astronauts. Here, we have much of the same sort of style of comps for both teams, a lot of aggression on both sides, both teams sort of wanting to take off towards this mid-game, so I expect to see a lot of fighting once again.
Yeah. We'll have to see what our teams are going to do here. Definitely, you know, I feel going into this game, after we saw a pretty good performance from the Wafflers last game, you could say that they have a little bit of momentum going in here, but the Astronauts are back on a little bit more of comfort, what they've been really showcasing a lot throughout playoffs. The more carry-oriented junglers, although Lilia may not always be that kind of carry pick. You know, the long-range lockdown plus 80 carries following up with that, and of course, the long-range poke from these picks like the Xerath. So, you know, things are looking pretty decent for both teams here. They're definitely gonna have our eyes out. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map this game, as Lilia is going to be starting on top side and X-Soccer on the bot side here. So I'm interested to see how that will kind of pan out for them. I feel like you probably do not want to try and contest the Vi early on as Lilia. So it's good to just kind of power farm, start becoming a Roomba, and then going from there. As Raijin will hit 2 first, do a lot of damage into Enderfridge, who is going to have to chug some potions to get that back up.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of talking about earlier in the draft. Zeri is no pushover when it comes to early damage, especially with that right click doing so much. And if she gets level 2 on you, you have to be very, very careful. And you saw that happen right there. Enderfridge. Lucky, though, it did go biscuits. So going to be able to eat those little cinnamon rolls and gather a bunch of health back. So not in too much of a rough situation, but yeah, had to play back a little bit for those levels. Getting pushed in. And you can see a possible invade here. X-Soccer just sort of waiting for Lilia to go around. Wrapping around now onto the Grom. Invade. They have full prio, though. They're going to look for it. Reno taking a lot of damage in mid, but it's going to be Jake flashing over the wall. X-Soccer taking the smite out. Raijin backing onto Jake. Getting a bit of a speed boost here. Another bandage toss goes in. X-Soccer looking for a bit more damage, but now the team is starting to collapse. Both backing off here, but going for that blue buff and setting Jake behind early on this much by 2 camps is going to be a very, very rough situation to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be super rough for Jake here. You know, this Roomba champion really wants to be starting to do those clears, but yeah, the early invade, really smart from X-Soccer and the rest of the Wafflers to just go in aggressive on that bot side, utilizing the early advantage they picked up off of hitting level 2 early, and just accelerating that into really putting a wrench into this Lilia and forcing her to kind of play suboptimally here. She is gonna get the top scuttle, but I don't think she can really get a whole lot else. And honestly, with Toddy moving down, might not be super secure. Okay, yeah, she will secure that top scuttle, but that's gonna be about it for her. And because Vision was on her, they know where she is. She's got nothing to do on this top side of the map, and Vi is already up here, so even when the grubs spawn in about 1:30, you know, there's just nothing for Lilia to do. She's just fully behind now at this point, and that is going to be real rough to work back from.
That it definitely is, especially when you're sort of stifled. The big thing isn't even the gold, it's the XP.
It's the XP.
It's the XP. Early on in jungle, you're just, it's making your base stats harder. It's going to give you less of those ability levels, which especially levels like 1 to 5, getting those extra ability levels, like for Lilia, it's in her Q. That's a lot of clear speed that you're losing. That's a lot that you're losing. You're also late to your ultimate, which is going to affect a lot of these skirmishes and fights. You're not going to be as strong when dealing with all of these sort of early objectives like the grubs. It's just going to make everything harder.
Yeah, at the very least, it was only a couple of level 1 camps, so she'll be a little slow to the start here, but as long as she goes through and starts getting these second round of clears and doesn't get interrupted on them, I think she'll be able to start pulling it back together as the game continues. But yeah, giving the early priority over to the Vi is certainly not amazing. However, what I will say is not really given a whole lot else over. The Vi has not done really anything so far aside from getting a little bit of a small XP lead that could turn into an you know, getting an early ultimate into somebody like Defoe, who is a bit of a sitting duck without flash. You know, get that flash, then go for a regank, something like that. Or in the bot side here, where Boat Chicken could be a pretty tasty target. Although full sums are up. Raijin's going to be looking, though.
Yeah, going in right now, it's going to be Soccer as well going in, but the Arcane Barrage coming out from Defoe actually picks up first blood. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the Astronauts forced to flash out here to try and save themselves. Raijin takes a lot of damage, but won't go down. Really nice play from Defoe there. Little assist there from Jake to get a little bit of extra damage, and the flash from Grino, not enough to save him. Defoe is just... I feel like there's something in the water for Defoe and Ender. Like, whenever they're on like these long-range mages, it just seems like they can't miss their skill shots.
I mean, Defoe's Electric Man, much like the Lux, is something that he's really put on he puts a clinic on almost every time you see it. Last game, you know, a little bit more unfortunate on the Lux. Jake is going to have some unfortunate happenings here, going to go down. Yeah,
trying to solo those grubs there does get 2, but a little bit dangerous there as he doesn't realize that Taunty and Grino are rotating up in the Shockwave with enough damage to take him out, but it's going to be Taunty picking up the kill. Is finally able to get this Faded Ashes, though, and that's going to help get him back into the game significantly.
Yeah, getting back into the game for sure. Jake still struggling a little bit, but again, it's not the end of the world. I think, you know, with the topside camps coming back up, another full reset here for the Lilia. Both of our junglers are going to be on level 6 pretty soon. Yeah, Soccer already at that level 6. Jake, a couple of camps off. Once finished clearing topside, will certainly be at level 6. So he is going to have to... He's going to have to keep that in mind, as Soccer does have the priority here in terms of levels, as Raijin goes for a bandage, but both of our AD carries are on level 6. Ender is pretty close to level 6. I think after this wave, or maybe this wave and a single extra minion, would be pretty tragic. No, it will be off of this wave. Will be level 6, unless, yeah, right there. So, you know, Raijin really far behind in XP, actually, from the early fights being forced back, giving over quite a bit of solo XP to Floragato, which is not so terrible, but we're not gonna have that Curse of the Sad Mummy for a long time. Well, anyways,
another one.
Defoe just kills a gamer to death.
Kills another one, but now Enderfridge going in. Floragato with a really nice cleanse there to dodge out on the rest of this damage, but has to be careful. Trying to kite back on Enderfridge, a little bit of healing to help him out there. Having some speed here, but Raijin doesn't have that Curse of Sad Mummy up just yet, so they're going to have to back out. Soccer now back down here, though. Jake looking for something maybe, but gets slowed up. Now goes in. Raijin and Soccer are here, but Jake flashes out. Now Defoe here to back him up. Jake does manage to get the sleep off, and the stun comes out. No, not quite from Defoe. Doesn't have it up in time. Gonna be forced to back away now. And Astronauts with a bit of a rough start, but managing to sort of pull it back off the back of Defoe and a lot of these solo kills, who's just been putting on an absolute clinic in mid lane.
Yeah, it's Grino has not been having the best series, and this is another kind of example of that. Just firing on all cylinders. We didn't even get to really see that kill pan out. Just picking it up, presumably, you know, landing a bunch of poke, landing those stuns into full combos, finishing it off with the Arcane Barrage. Or the Rite of the Arcane. It is just super tough for Grino here, who is now just going to be having to try and pull themselves back up, as Defoe has once again completed the Luden's Companion at 10 minutes. We saw this last game, and the last game didn't pan out entirely well. However, unlike last game, it is going to be a little bit tougher to stick onto Defoe. You have the Vi, of course, which can set up for the Amumu, but otherwise, you don't have as many of those big good buttons to lock onto the backline outside of the Vi. So we'll have to see what the Wafflers can do once these fights start up, and if they can really target Defoe here, I will say at the very least that Lux isn't so bad, and Boat Chicken's not doing terribly, as we do have a potential fight started.
Yeah, Florgato putting a lot of damage into Ender Fridge, but taking a lot back from Boat Chicken. Now you can see Defoe trying to find the damage, but Florgato with some fancy footwork there, dodging out on a lot of it. Raijin goes in, but still doesn't have that Curse of the Sad Mummy. Now the Assault Battery goes in, trying to get some damage onto Boat Chicken, who manages to get out. Ender Fridge also lives. You do have Greeno down here. Does have that Shockwave, but now getting collapsed on by Jake and Defoe. Now up on the top side, a little bit of trading going out, but nothing quite happening just yet. Jake going in, but face checks there, and Raijin finally has the Curse of the Sad Mummy, blows it onto Jake, who gets stunned and can't move at all. Jake, face checking way too far forward there, man.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a miscalculation from Jake there. The HP bars were fairly low, but that was still super risky. You are not Shen this game, my guy. You are a goat. You are, and not like Goat Chicken, you know, the best player I've ever seen. You're a literal goat. You go to the slaughter when you walk into that kind of blind scenario there. So it is a little bit of a miscalculation from Jake. We'll be forced back to base, but now he's going to look to try and flip the scuttles back on Jake's back on the head of the Wafflers here. But we do have a TP going down. This is going to be another kerfuffle.
Yeah, looks like it. Taunty already popping that speed boost, trying to find a little bit of damage. The TP in now. Jake kiting back, but it might be X-Soccer who goes down. Sems actually picks up the first kill now. Greeno has to be very careful getting slowed up by Defoe. Needs one more Q and will find it. Now Ender Fridge up here. Does have that Solar Flare. The Arcane Barrage now onto Tawny to get some extra damage. Sems looking forward for a possible slow. Jake does manage to get it. Sems, if he's able to walk up maybe just a little, but not quite. Tawny's going to be out, but a double kill for the Astronauts there.
Yeah, double kill for the Astronauts, and they do pick up the grubs. They will get 4 grubs for themselves, as Sems will be fine. Boat Chicken on the bot side is gonna be walking away from Florgato. Okay, good ulti from Boat Chicken to clear the wave. As man, this is a trade for sure.
They're sort of just like trading, but fighting, but not trading. It's a very weird, like they're half fighting, but no one's actually willing to commit like any of the summoners or any of like the movement tools like all in or going under a tower. They're just sort of trading damage back, waiting for the supports to get here to possibly get an engage. And you can see Enderfridge and Boat Chicken pushing up, looking for a potential dragon here. But it's going to be Boat Chicken backing off. Florgato probably going to back as well, both of them sitting on quite a bit of gold. I'd have to imagine they should both be on their first item on this back or close to it. 1k for the Zeri, and Boat Chicken just backed now 600. I think that should be item, right? No, really? Oh yeah, I guess not. We went for the boost.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so Boat Chicken's going to be a little behind on this first item here compared to Florgato, but neither of them are actually at the big item, so it doesn't make a huge difference. The only real difference is we have the recurve bow in the pocket of Florgato, which I don't know how much that means to you. Doesn't mean a whole lot to me, personally. Taunty will be taking a little bit of pain in the top side, as it looks like the Astronauts will be prioritizing this Herald with the 4 grubs, as they give over... Greeno's in danger here. Yep. That's just going to be sniped out once again. Defoe on a rampage.
4-0 right now, and all 4 of them have been on to Greeno. That's not a great record right now, getting... I mean, look, we know Defoe is the king of just solo killing people, but at some point, you got to start dodging some of these skill shots, right? You can't just eat all this damage over and over and over and over again and, you know, expect the game to go fine. On the bright side, Wafflers are up 2 dragons now, so they can potentially play for that win con, especially because they're on, this is a Hextech Soul, right? I see the portals, yeah. So it's going to be very valuable if you can get it, especially with things like the Zeri and the Orianna to put out that extra range. But if Astronauts are able to get it, that Zerap giving you extra slows is going to be really, really rough.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. So taking a look across the map here, We do have 4 Grubs and the Herald picked up by the Astronauts. 2 Drakes over for the Wafflers, so they have that early Drake advantage. However, 4 Hextechs, as you were talking about with some of those slows, 4 Hextechs could become a major problem as Defoe trying to kill Greeno again. Oh my god. My god, give that man a body bag.
It is rough. Forced to flash out as well.
Yeah.
Defoe just putting on a show here.
Man, it really reminds me of when I got to lose to Defoe on Xerath when I played against it. Really just fun stuff. Ooh.
A little bit of an engage here. Enderfridge looking for the stun and manages to find a Defoe, picking up his 5th kill of the game. Boat Chicken launching off a volley of bullets just to get the damage down. Now Sems and Tawny on the top side. This is what your average tank fight looks like.
Stop hitting
my tower! Stop hitting my tower! No.
Oh, that's
bonk, bonk, bonk.
Tower goes down.
Tower. It's all demolish and like base auto damage too, because like
yeah,
you just have the Warmogs versus Sunfire fight, and the funny thing about tank matchups is typically the best thing to do is push the wave and just hit the tower while completely ignoring your lane opponent.
Yep. That's kind of the rough spot here, is because Sam.
Nice little sidestep there to dodge out on the Zenith Blade. Now the ult comes out, trying to find some damage onto Florgato with the Arcane Barrage. Jake pulled back in by that Shockwave. Tawny trying to chase down Jake, burning, but he's just dodging out just enough. The ghost now from Tawny, trying to slow it, trying to get the movement.
The cleaver.
Meanwhile here, Stems goes in with the Unstoppable Force and finally takes out Raijin. Jake going towards it, needs to run towards the wave to get the speed, but he's not going to be able to. Channels the Herald. Is he going to use the Herald to get out? He's using the speed.
No, it's too slow.
It won't be enough. He was trying so hard. He thought he might have been able to. I saw the vision. It was so great for a while.
That would have been.
He just dodged a little bit too far back and wasn't able to go over the wall. Now Greeno looking for some damage in the mid lane, but just a 1-for-1 on the map. Raijin goes down on the top side. Jake goes down. Oh. We have seen so many like attempts at like crazy Herald plays, and they've all come out of Astronauts.
Yeah,
every single one.
We need to double check the license on these players. You know, this is not legal driving we're seeing here. Looking around at some of these players right now, as the gold is really even here for both teams. We've got a minute till the next strike, and I think at this point, looking at some of these item break points, and so you're an AD carry player. I've got a puzzle for you. Oompa loompa doopity doo. I've got a puzzle for you. What do you think about Hex Drinker on the Zeri here? Second item, Hex Drinker.
Well, I actually really like the Bork. There are some Zeri adaptations you can do. There's obviously like the sort of well-accepted build, all reliable right now of Static Shiv, Runans, just chill farm, get to 4 items, and carry the game. This spikes you a lot harder, a lot earlier. And the Hex Drinker kind of makes sense if you're going for one where you don't really care about the crit. You're sort of mixing stats, so you don't need internal synergy. And right now, the biggest issue is getting one-shot by, eating an Unstoppable Force into Defoe's burst. So I do like it. Speaking of an Unstoppable Force, right into Raijin, who looks in, but doesn't even get a Curse of the Sad Mummy off. But now the rest of the engage happening. Florgato trying to get some damage. It's actually going to be Tawny with the first kill. Now the cleanse comes out from Florgato, trying to chase down Jake. He's one more W, and he will manage to find it. Taunty chasing down the rest of his team, and he's just so tanky right now, able to take him out. Zems now trying to beat on it, will end up taking out X-Soccer, but it's going to be a triple kill for Taunty, and it doesn't matter if Defoe is super fed. You don't actually have a way to take out Taunty right now.
Yeah, and this is something we were kind of discussing that's something that was kind of discussed in the draft is, how do you kill Mundo as the game continues? because Mundo is going to be really only threatened by that HP damage off of the percent health damage off of Jake, and that's all magic. And Mundo, he don't care about the magic damage. He's A-okay. He's dealing with it, all right? So really, we've kind of reached a similar situation to last game where we are kind of hoping for what is Defoe and Boat Chicken gonna do? And in that last fight, really got to commend Taunty and X Soccer for counter engaging that fight expertly. The Unstoppable Force, the start of that looked pretty good for the Astronauts, but with the Assault and Battery cease and desist and the Mundo following up.
I made that mistake early on. We're moving away from the police brutality Vi. Although hey, Arcane Season 2's coming out. We might get that back.
It's Vi from Arcane. I'm bat chesting right now.
Vi from Arcane.
Vi from Arcane. Woo! Woo! Anyways, I think just really good execution there to get onto Defoe. Again, good target selection from the Wafflers. They are aware that Boat Chicken is not the main gamer. Boat Chicken is not the threat, right? It is all about getting Defoe down, and unfortunately, because Jake fell behind early on, this Lilia is not nearly at the place where she would hope to be. She's only at about 2 2/3 of an item. She's getting close to picking up that burn. In fact, I think she has it on she has it on recall here. So she will be picking up the Rift Maker. So she's got her second item, but she's also still not really, she's not far enough ahead to really contest the man of the hour, DT Munford, in the bot lane, or the top lane. The Mundo man, the big purple idiot who is going to run down your whole team if you let him. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tough one here. It's another game of we have to protect Defoe or die into the sun. And unfortunately, as much as I hate Vi, she's the perfect champion to kill one player.
She really is now. Cease and desist, you can see onto Jake already. Speaking of one player, the Drowsy onto 2 though. Ender Fridge trying to find a way in, but Tawny with the TP just takes him out. 6-0-1 now on this Mundo. Has the Warmogs, has the Heart Steel for that health stacking, and going for a Titanic just to make sure that he can smack people once he gets to the backline. Mundo truly does go where he pleases, and right now he pleases to run down the enemy team, to go to this Baron, and to make this a nice quick game if he has anything to say about it. Send the Unstoppable Force, try and find a little bit of damage onto Greeno, but it won't be enough. Now the Arcane Barrage comes out. Meanwhile, Florigato over the wall to actually take out Defoe. The stun comes through, the damage comes through, and the slows are good. Jake trying to buy a little bit of time, but it's actually Defoe forced to flash over to try and find anything, and Boat Chicken might have stepped way too far forward. He's banished us from Raijin, and it's going to be Toddy who takes him out once again. 8-0-1, 9-0-1 on this Mundo, who is absolutely carrying this game right now, running through everyone, running through the entire team, and all the CC like it is nothing.
Yeah, it really just looks like the Wafflers have kind of figured out the Astronauts. You know, they got through a couple of weeks. They had some really good shows, but now coming into the finals here, what has worked for them throughout the rest of playoffs is no longer working. Their attempts to play around the more support, the more utility AD carry, and the long range poke in mid, and hoping, getting Jake on something with a little bit of, gumption. Worked in game 1. Game 2, they kind of drifted away, experimented a little bit with the River Shen, and didn't pan out. And now in this game, when they still do not have any kind of huge lead around the map, they're just getting pummeled, and they're falling to a huge lead in topside, where Taunty is really showing up here. The lack of focus around topside, allowing Taunty to kind of just take over that lane. Not really any reason to target Mundo, unfortunately. You kind of just give the lane over to him when you pick this matchup. So, I don't know. At this point, gold is about 8,000 difference in favor of the Wafflers. They are eyeing this soul here. They have the Baron. They've got everything. It's up to the astronauts to try and find something. They're looking.
Yeah, trying to get anything now to claw their way back. Sends with the TP in to maybe look for something. Taunty doesn't have the ghost, and that's kind of your one reliability right now. Already at half HP. Gonna be forced to use it early. A really nice engage there from Raijin with the Crystal Mummy onto 4. Now the bullet time coming out from Boat Chicken, getting a ton of damage down. But now it's finally Taunty into the backline. 1 kill already down, and he's already running down the rest. Florgato to finish up Sems. Ender Fridge now, the last one alive, and he's gonna be going down pretty quickly. Jumps over the wall with that blast cone to maybe get out, but it's going to be Florgato trying to keep chasing this to see if he can get anything. The speed comes down, already a double kill, looking for Ender Fridge here, jumping over the wall, knows where he is, and it is only a matter of time. The auto's coming out, trying to blind fire into something, does manage to find the Bork proc, knows where he is, and the ace for the Wafflers. Not a clean one, but it was very, very easy for them to do. Only 2 people went down in the process. Both big carries for the Wafflers are completely flawless right now. 0 deaths, 10-0 on the Mundo, 5-0 on the Zeri, just running through this like it's nothing, and there is no way to deal with Taunty.
Yeah, this big purple idiot is unfortunately too powerful to handle right now. Mundo truly does go where he pleases, and this has really been the perfect game for Mundo, from the lane matchup being just kind of a tank handshake into demolishing an entire turret into now being 10-0-2 because there just is nobody who can contest you. Xerath is a lot of burst. Misfortune is honestly more burst oriented. The only sustained damage that you have to really worry about is Jake, and Jake has been kind of on the struggle bus this game, unable to really contest much, just kind of being a walking target for this big damage coming out from the Orianna or the Vi even, and the Zeri as well. The build certainly is not conventional, but it is very functional this game. And it has allowed Florgato to survive without being babysat, which I think is very important for the Zeri here, to just kind of have the agency to go crazy and follow up on your Amumu, as we do have an engage on Agrino.
Yeah, one comes out, Solar Flare now missed, but the Zen's played in. Jake now up here to try and finish him off, and Agrino will go down, and it's just a matter of time. But it feels kind of like a consolation prize at this point, right? Agrino took a bunch of early deaths to Defoe, 4 to be exact, now his 5th death in the game. Hasn't died for a while, but mostly an assist bot, just really helping with these shockwaves and getting some consistent damage down for Toddy and Florgato to finish everyone off. But there really is nothing you can do at this point. I feel like I don't actually know if there's a legitimate way that you can deal with Toddy. I don't think Jake has enough damage to really get there. Now has the Overlord's blood.
Yeah,
now.
he's got 500 AD, just by the way.
Absolutely. 500 AD.
Well, 490. It's
486 AD. Over 5,000 health. Or right? Or like 5.
Yeah, he's got 6,000.
Oh, sorry.
6,300.
A little over 6,000 health. I as a caster, you never want to say, it's over or curse anything.
How do we kill this man?
But at this point, I don't know how you do it. Boat Chicken has a Bloodthirster and an Infinity Edge. That's not doing anything. Yeah. That's not doing right. You have Florgato on 4 items on the Zeri. You can see now just running down Enderfridge, hopping over walls into 2 people with absolutely 0 fear. Because he just doesn't have to. He knows his team is there to back him up. He knows the damage he does, and he knows that the rest of the astronauts really can't do anything to deal with it. You can see Sems now going on to Greeno again, trying to find a solo kill. But Florgato's just here to back up the rest of his team. Sems needs to run away now. The Arcane Barrage coming out, trying to find the extra damage onto Greeno, who's just trying to survive. And it feels like right now, they've sort of given up. The game plan is just try and kill Greeno as much as possible to send a message.
Yeah, it's the moral support. It's gonna kill this man.
You're trying not to lose all your hope, right? So that's your plan right now. You can see Toddy, Jake trying to run them down, but it's Florgato over the wall into 3 with absolutely no hesitation, no fear. Toddy just running down all of the astronauts. through everything, running down Defoe, beating one, just going under tower, and it doesn't matter because there is no way to deal with them. Now looking at this inhibitor tower, gonna look for this inhib soon, and with 30 seconds on Jake, 40 seconds on Defoe, and still another 15 on Sems, this might just be the game. You can see they're looking for it, trying to get this towers, trying to use that bullet time to clear it out, but an amazing curse to the side Mummy, and Bo Chicken goes down, a double kill for Florigato, and Taunty with the ace, knocking down these towers. X-Soccer tanking it up. They will end up taking him out at the very end, but I don't think Sems can go. Can he get the last kill on Negrino? No, he will not be able to. Wafflers up now, 2-1 in the series with a dominant performance from Taunty.
Yeah, Taunty showing the power of the top lane is not a fake role, everyone. Taunty is real. And Mundo, we are not on vacation anymore. Vacation is over. It lasted one game. We are now back in the mix. 12-0-4 on this pick. Literally unkillable at the 25-minute mark. There was just nothing left in the tank for the astronauts to do. And I think, honestly, a lot of that compounded from the fact that the early game that the Wafflers brought out was just really smart. They targeted Jake early on, sort of kept Lilia off tempo, prevented Jake from really playing the game they wanted to play. Sems had to handshake top lane, and tank v tank, Mundo win, because Mundo big purple man, and he beats your turret to death. And despite the mid lane advantage, it's only Xerath. Xerath is good, but Xerath is good at killing squishies from a range. Xerath doesn't do a whole lot into these kind of bigger, tankier threats that you need to actually consistently damage to kill. And I mean, smart itemization from Florigato made it easy for that Zeri to actually stay alive in these fights and be a threat. Again, is a little funky to see the Hex Drinker, but I think it did pan out in favor of the team. And now the Wafflers, their ban strategy has been very strong. They've been taking out a lot of what the astronauts have been winning with throughout playoffs. And it's up to the astronauts here to try and figure out, Defoe has been playing well. Jake had a good game in the first game, but the rest of the team has kind of been struggling to find themselves in these past two games. So what do you think they can do?
I think the big one is they need to stop drafting themselves into the corner with these super bursty, not a ton of sustained damage comps early on. That just makes it so easy for Wafflers to just lock in a bunch of frontline and say, okay, it doesn't really matter if your mage gets ahead or your bursty gets ahead. We're just going to pick Mundo or something and walk at you, and you can't kill us. They need to leave themselves open. I really like what they did in that first game. They left themselves very open, and they were able to sort of draft themselves into this extremely hard-winning comp. But without the Ashe and the Brand, it looks like their drafts are just been kind of lost the last couple games.
Yeah, so let's see if they can find themselves in Game 4 and bring us to Silver Scrapes in Game 5. Unfortunately, I will not be there. We're getting too late for me, unfortunately. But we have somebody coming in really gracious for them to support, come back in, fill in for me on the stream. So I will be wishing you all a good night, but don't go anywhere, because Noctisera's gonna still be here, Wookiee's gonna still be here, and we'll have Logos or Alls coming in to jump in and get things going. So have a good night. But game's coming at you. Game 4 Game 4's draft will be coming at you after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League Ruby Division Finals. It is Game 4 now of our best of 5. Currently, the score is 1 for the Astronauts and 2 for the Wafflers, who started off with the 0-1. Astronauts coming out of the gate swinging. Now Wafflers with a clean 2-0 in the last couple games, really exploding towards the mid-game, trying to get some draft adaptations in, using a sort of ball of death composition that we've seen. I am Noctisera. With me now is All's Casts, filling in for Becky Rita, who unfortunately had to go to sleep. How's it going tonight?
Well, it's going well. I mean, this has been a fun series to watch here, man. But it's been unfortunate for the Astronauts. They built this team, and it feels like they built their entire identity, especially this series, around Jake and Defoe. And now that the Wafflers have figured that out, and they figured out how to respond to that, the Astronauts just got nothing in the tank. They're stuck out in space, just like those astronauts on the ISS, man.
That they are. Right now, we see that there's sort of a struggle to adapt ever since that Ashen brand got taken out. It seems like they sort of want to keep locking the Zerath, they want to keep locking these damage picks, and Wafflers have just responded by picking big meaty health bars that they can't quite chew through, even if they do get an early advantage.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides of the champion pool of Defoe here, is that he likes to play these burst mages. Burst mages are great for squishies, but those meatballs just can't be chewed through. And with similarly bursty ADCs, it just doesn't work. Astronauts could really easily pivot here if they would pick perhaps a slightly more sustained damage ADC, something like, ooh, what's even in the meta right now? The Jinx, perhaps? The Jhin, the Aphelios, something that can sit there and be a part of these fights long term. And then that would allow Defoe to maintain these burst champions and do well, but we haven't seen them pull it out so far, and I worry it's just not in their repertoire.
Yeah, I kind of hope that you're wrong. I kind of hope we're going for a game 5, but they have struggled a bit. We do see the Maokai locked in, so we are starting to see some interesting adaptations here come out. Meanwhile, Wafflers just going for that classic sort of engage bot style that they like, going for an Alistar instead of that Amumu. No Leona locked in for either team this one. I'm a bit surprised to see that, but we are going to see the Orianna being run back for them. And this is sort of, I think, where we're going to see the biggest adaptation. Astronauts need to sort of keep themselves open if they want to not just fall over and die to a potential meatball comp once again. They did that in the first game. They were able to keep things open. I just don't know if they have those flexes left after being banned out. We'll have to see here. We are going to see the Volibear locked in. So I do like this. This is something that worked out really well in game 1. They played it again in game 2. So a flexible sort of jungle or top lane pick. And now I expect to see something that might be able to be flexed in mid or bot or maybe support or... Okay, it's just going to be the Orin. So there is really no flex. We kind of know where these picks. I expect to see that Orin top, Maokai support, Volibear jungle right now. And the Camille counter pick comes in immediately. They're not even going to let that go to bans.
I have no words. Well, I have many words. I have no stream appropriate words. This doesn't feel like the draft of a team that really wants this game. This feels like the draft of a team that is lost their edge. Drafting 3 tanks this early when all the enemy team has shown is Alistar Orianna, which, by the way, is an incredible 1-2 for reasons we don't have time to get into, but I love that 1-2 pick. It just gives the Wafflers so much time to react, and especially with a champion like Orianna that has that sustained damage that can cut through these beefy tanks. And when you add Xayah to the Camille, to the Orianna, these meatballs just turn into sandballs instead, and I don't think that there's going to be enough here in mid and ADC for Astronauts to pull together this comp knock. I don't see the vision.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit rough right now to pull it out. You really need a lot of consistency or some burst. And we're going to see, okay, not even going for the Kai'Sa, just going straight up for the Jinx, which I imagine means that this is probably going to be a heavy front-to-back team comp here with multiple frontliners, big tanks, and a big hyper carry in the Jinx. I would expect to see a Defoe Classic, maybe another meatball, or something extremely reliable from them. Maybe the Swain, but probably not. It's a bit strange. I honestly don't really know what we're going to see quite yet. It looks like it's just going to be that Vel'Koz. Okay, so it is going to be another one of those artillery mages rather than a battle mage, which makes a lot of sense here. Getting some more damage in, this is something Defoe is very comfortable on. The true damage can cut through tanks. They need it, and the Zac answer for the Wafflers. So it's actually Wafflers with a bit of a less meatball-y comp this time, and more of a rounded out, split push, heavy engage style. So they sort of committed to that. They're going to lean heavily into that, even though there's a lot of peel on the Astronauts. I think this is a much more evenly matched draft than it was last game.
I'm going to have to disagree with you here, now. I think that this is 1,000% a one draft for the Wafflers. I don't think that there is a whole lot here for Astronauts because of the level of dive between Alistar, Camille, and Zac to get onto the backline of this Jinx Vel'Koz. I don't think that the meatballs are going to have enough peel here. This Vel'Koz would have been great last game. I would have loved to have seen this Vel'Koz last game or in game 2 when they needed a mage that could cut through tanks, because Vel'Koz is great at that. But looking at the comp of the Wafflers here in R1 through 4, they don't have the draft that needs that kind of cut. You have the Jinx, you have enough damage. I would have liked something with a bit more control and zone. And I think if the Wafflers play with as much purpose and as much intention as they've played games 2 and 3, this should be very open and shut for them.
Yeah, I do think it is Wafflers favored. I will say, I think the big one is just there are ways for astronauts to win this game. Whereas last game, it kind of felt like there just wasn't anything to do. I think it'll be hard for them, sure, but there are lines. Last game, Mundo got ahead and there was just absolutely no way to deal with him. It didn't matter if you ended up having it be like a 1v5. I think Mundo legitimately could have won situations like that because there just was no way to kill him. This game, it's a bit more reasonable. It's hard to answer in side lanes. There's a lot of consistent damage, really good engage. You don't have quite the same level of lines here. But if you get Jinx fed enough, if you get late enough into the game, there are ways that you're allowed to just run through these fights, get excited, and try and pop off. But yeah, I think Wafflers have a much easier transition into the mid game, especially with having Camille in the side lanes. That's going to be really, really strong at keeping that Ornn away from the rest of his team.
I think you've hit upon a really good point there, now. We need to see Boat Chicken pop off. Boat Chicken has not been the focal point of the astronauts in this series. It has been Jake, and it has been Defoe. All 3 games, the focus has been around that jungle mid synergy. So, with this pivot, it's a lot of weight on somebody who has been in more of a supporting role. And while we often see teams that do shift back and forth like that, 3 games in a row starts to cement the mentality, right? As players and as a group. And it will be very interesting to see if they pivot or if we see Boat Chicken once again play a little bit more of a secondary role, and if they try and feed through Defoe here on the Vel'Koz, which I think we both think the Jinx is far more important in this draft.
I would tend to agree, and with some great points made, I think right now we're going to cut it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will be in game for Game 4 of our finals. Will the Wafflers take it 3-1, or will the Astronauts bring us to a Game 5? Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League Ruby Division Finals. We are in Game 4 right now. Wafflers up with a 2-1 lead. If they win this, they are champs. Meanwhile, Astronauts have to win this one to take us to Game 5 and even up the score. Both teams out on the map, just going for a classic 5-point start right now. Any matchups that you think are going to be particularly exciting, Alts?
I suspect we're going to have a fairly slow early game here. Knock. The top lane, Camille really wants to hit that Sheen item before she wants to go in, and Ornn, of course, is happy to take the slow lane, build those items. A little bit surprising, actually, to see the Doran shield. I know a lot of the Ornn players like to get just the refill early and go for some more components later on in the lane. I don't think Defoe is going to really want to do a whole lot early, because, again, Vel'Koz wants the items too, and we have two of the scaliest ADCs in the game here. So I think, for the most part, we can kind of kick back, relax, and wait for about the 10-minute mark when everybody hits level 6 and we're starting to fight around that second dragon. I think that's when this game is going to pop off.
Yeah, I think the mid game, just like the rest of them, has been sort of the explosive point that we see a lot of fighting, mainly around those third dragon. I think the third dragon is really where we start to see everything start to go crazy. So we're probably going to be looking at much the same as the rest of the series. I'd have to imagine. Otherwise, I think the main one we're going to be seeing is the mid lane fights. Defoe tends to like to be aggressive, and that top lane Taunty, especially once he gets that Sheen online, to try and be trading aggressively there.
Yeah, Defoe may want to be aggressive, but Greeno has a whole lot more control over the lane right now, especially with that early level 2. Should be able to push this Vel'Koz out pretty well, use the massive minion wave he's got built to make sure that none of those Pythagorean strikes can get onto him, and easily take control of this lane in the early game.
Yeah, and that's what's sort of been happening in the mid lane, is just getting so much poke out and then getting these sort of kills that Greeno just wasn't respecting, keeping flash up, getting poked out super early. But there's going to be a lot easier of a lane to deal with than maybe the Xerath lane, because you get to walk up, you get to auto. There are ways you can play around this Vel'Koz and sort of bully it out that doesn't involve you getting hit from a million miles away. Vel'Koz sort of has to put himself in a bit of a weird spot to try and get those nice angles on you.
Meanwhile, though, down on the bot side, BoChicken has pushed up quite far. He's got some great pressure here early, and this should allow them to get a nice bounce. Unless Florgato and Rajin put a lot of effort into keeping this wave off the turret. That's going to make it very easy for Jake to look to gank here in about 30 seconds if they don't get spotted out. Going for this bottom crab, because Soccer is in the area as well. He's going to get spotted on this ward, but still moving into that blue side jungle. Wants to try and find the Zac in rotation, but the fight has already started as we've got some supportal combat in the tri-bush.
Yeah, and just in advance right now on Enderfridge, those Chompers blocking off Raijin's only escape route, force the flash back over the wall. Soccer now going in, trying to find Enderfridge. Flash forward from Florigato will take out first blood in favor of X Soccer, but now goes into the blob. It's going to be Jake trying to find in onto Raijin and Florigato, and the knockup from Defoe takes out 2. Now turning back onto X Soccer and his little blobs there. BoChicken with another kill. BoChicken still excited, chasing down Greeno to get a little bit more damage, but he's too low to keep doing it. A 3-for-1 in the bot side in favor of the Astronauts, who come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, that just feels like a little bit of disrespect and a little bit of perhaps not paying attention to the mini-map there from Raijin and Florigato. You know that Jake is in your jungle. You saw him walking around the top side of that wall down there by the river. You can't walk up and fight in that bush when you know Soccer is out of position and can't get to that fight. When you know Defoe has the angle to rotate down the river. Even if it's early on and Jinx doesn't necessarily have the greatest damage until she gets excited, and Defoe doesn't have a ton of damage on those passive pops, it's still scary when you're outnumbered early on. You've got to be more aware. And this is, to be fair, what we saw in early parts of Game 2 as well, where Defoe was getting active on the map early, getting a lot of KP, really helping to get the rest of his team ahead. and then they weren't able to follow through. So it's possible here the Wafflers will kind of buckle down, but considering what a better position I felt like they had coming out of the draft, this is not a great start for them.
Yeah, especially sort of expecting this sort of strong early game. X-Soccer did manage to pick up that kill, which is really nice. Being able to just sort of take that Bomby Cinder on first back is going to help a lot. But yeah, having your bot lane sort of struggling, having Defoe already up a kill, knowing how strong he's been in this lane, and how well he's been able to sort of abuse these leads is not what you want to see, especially going into these sort of first Dragons, first objectives that are going to be fighting around when we know that Soul has been a win con for these teams the past 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. On the note of Soul, by the way, Drake is up, and once again, both of these junglers down on the bot side. Jake moving into the tri-bush will be spotted out, and this time it seems like the Wafflers are a little bit more respectful of the bear, backing off, not getting caught out here. This will seed pressure around that Chemtech, so first bite into the Soul Apple will go over to the Astronauts this game.
Yeah, the Chemtech right now, so no, we don't know what Soul is going to be yet, but it won't be Chemtech. We've seen 2 Hextechs so far, and a Chemtech right now. It will be the Infernal second, but
Good
now an
knockup.
engage here. Nice little dodge there from Enderfridge, though, to miss any more. But Greeno's first on the rotation, the Shockwave comes out. Florigato opens with the first kill. Boat Chicken forced to pop this Ghost to try and find something. Defoe with the Ghost as well. They're able to find enough damage and possibly get excited. They might be able to find a little bit more, but the health bars on Greeno and X-Soccer are just a little bit too big to try and really find something here. And it's going to be Jake going down for the Dragon. Meanwhile, on the top side, Taunty taking a big trade here, possibly looking for Sems, who's just going to E back towards this tower and end up safe.
Yeah. That engage there towards the Drake that was just a couple of seconds late in terms of actually contesting the Drake, but it was a great read by Raijin to get into just the right spot to get a 3-man knockup. If they hadn't gotten all 3 members up with how low some of those health bars had been, especially Florigato and Raijin, that could have very easily turned into a chain of kills for Boat Chicken, but now Taunty's in a bit of trouble as he's going to get knocked up by the Call of the Forge God.
Yeah, and onto it, a little knockback here, trying to, oh, I like that, trying to hookshot back onto the pillar, but it wasn't quite enough. Jake was able to take that second Frenzied Maul and just get the kill out there, but wasn't quite able to take anything from Taunty. Really nice Hextech Ultimatum, though, to dodge some of the abilities and go for it, but ended up dying in the process. But X-Soccer and Greeno are here to try and maybe take something out. X-Soccer now over the wall. The smite from Jake to take that first Krug out, and now a fight ensues. Greeno first on the rotation, but getting collapsed on shortly by Enderfridge and Defoe, who starts to zone him off. Meanwhile, in the back, X-Soccer landed with the root, and Jake takes him out, already a level up, so there's really not a lot he could do there.
Again, miscommunication from the Wafflers. It felt like Greeno was fully committed to backing off and letting those early Grubbins go over, but X-Soccer just going full bore, pulling the trigger and letting it fly, and with Greeno completely caught flat-footed, nobody else in the area, there wasn't much that could be done to save the Zac.
Yeah, and now you can see Raijin and Greeno just trying to push in this wave, maybe take it back here, get a little bit of a consolation prize, but this is something that we've seen from Jake and the Volibears in this game, actually now going for this sort of mixed build rather than the Deadman Sky Splitter that we saw him play in Game 1. This sort of Rod of Ages Navori Quick Blades build that we tend to see a lot, and can we actually check the rune real quick? Is he running Jack? Please tell me he's running Jack of all trades. Please. No,
Jack
we're
of all
not.
trades.
Oh my god,
man.
They're never gonna vindicate me. They're always gonna run the Jack of all trades without running the rune that makes it so good.
It's the Jack of no trades build.
Jack of no trades. It is still strong though, getting a lot of value off of that broad stats and then using that sort of the Navori is just helping you reset all of your cooldowns to get a bunch of extra healing and shielding from your Sky Splitter and Frenzied Maul. It just helps so much.
Yeah, it does offer a lot of value, and that Rod of Ages, being such a cheap, fully completed item, does allow you to get active on the map earlier. Obviously, Volibear doesn't need items to be active, but just more impactful, and Jake has been a master of that early impact on this Volibear. We saw it in Game 1, completely dominant. Now just sitting on a ward, so won't have a whole lot of impact here. Thank you for not proving my point, but overall, at 3-1 and 2, feeling pretty solid here 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I think Astronauts are sort of in a clear lead here right now. 2k gold up, give or take. Just trying to sort of keep that advantage, push it if you can. You have Dragon up in a minute, which I assume is going to be our next fight. You can already see the jungler starting to position around towards bot lane.
Yeah, great vision coverage from the Astronauts here. Pushing in again is Jake. Feels like he's just about lived in this blue buff region. X-Soccer slowed by that zap, and they don't have the numbers for this. Yeah, Greeno's on the other side, but could be caught out here if they turn. Instead, they're going to be going on Florgato early.
Yeah, Enderfridge with the engage starting out. A nice little route there from the Chompers to get some damage down. Now Raijin over the wall, but he's stuck in the middle of 4. A little bit too far forward and a little bit too aggressive there from that. A nice shockwave onto 4 to get a lot of good damage now. X-Soccer in trying to find a little bit more. Let's bounce onto Enderfridge, who pulls him back. Another kill for X-Soccer, now trying to pull Boat Chicken and Jake back in. Meanwhile, Defoe on the backside takes out Florgato. Puts Greeno to critical HP, and it's going to be Jake, Boat Chicken, and Defoe trying to find the Storm Splitter and the Stormbringer onto the tower now. Jake picking up the shutdown onto Greeno. 4 for 1. Enderfridge did go down there, but very in favor of the Astronauts. Now looking for almost a 3.5k, almost 4k gold lead now. Going for the Dragon, just getting these objectives so strong here. And Raijin, see him trying to look around maybe for something, but he knows that there's really not a lot you can do into the face of 3 people. Astronauts in a convincing lead right now.
Yeah, and this hyper-aggression that they've had, the constant invades from Jake, the great deep warding from Enderfridge, the roaming from Defoe, has Wafflers feeling very unsteady. The players aren't all reacting in the same way. They're making different calls. They're moving on their own. And despite the fact that they have a team comp that's very conducive to a great team fight, you still have to work in the right order. You still have to be on the same page. And right now, I'm not even convinced the Wafflers are in the same book, in the same library even. They just don't feel like they're playing together at all. And the Astronauts doing a great job of reading the flow of the team fight and taking advantage of that. Now taking the second group of Grubbins as well. They don't have a ton of split pushers to take advantage of it, but it's a big denial to keep it away from Taunty here.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that Taunty keeps getting forced back, keeps getting sort of poked by Sems, who has managed to get this early Sunfire, and control that lane off of the back of that sort of first kill from Jake that just set him up for lane so well. And Taunty was doing a pretty good job at the start, but that kill just set him behind so far, like 20 CS. Finally, when he got back, he was able to even up the scoreline, but you can see almost kill worth of gold advantage for Sems. And that Sunfire getting all of this early armor, it helps a lot when you're just trading out, especially with the lack of sustain that Taunty has, right? It has to use that grasp, has to use that W to try and trade. Meanwhile, Sems can just sort of walk up, you can see W, try and get some damage down, but he doesn't actually take that much, which is a big thing, is that Taunty can never quite get him into kill range.
Yeah, at this point, it's a wet noodle fight up there. It's unfortunate for Taunty that he couldn't find a bigger lead early, but it means that the focus has to shift. You're no longer looking to find an individual win. You're looking to split push and then be the bigger impact on the team fights with your teleport or with your rotation. So looking towards these neutral objectives, the X-Soccer going in here does find the pull onto Boat Chicken, but no stun.
Yeah, nothing quite there. Boat Chicken just flashing out really nice there to make sure that he doesn't give away any of this advantage. And you see rushing the Infinity Edge as well. Doesn't even want to go for like a static or just going right for the damage, going right for the sort of snowball, knowing that if they have this lead, they want to continue to push it. They want to have this momentum.
Yeah, can't blame that, especially with X-Soccer and Raijin just constantly living in Boat Chicken's zip code. You need that extra damage early on to cut through the health bars before the tanks get too big. Keep them from turning into the Mundo from last game. Meanwhile, Jake has just been dominant in the jungle. Up 40 CS, taking away every camp here. He's going to be that major tank that nobody can cut through, especially with how far behind Florgato is. And they might find Taunty here on the backside, too.
Yeah, Tawny going over the wall, manages to find a stun onto Jake, finally finding him out and seeing it. A nice little dodge there from the Call of the Force God, using that Hextech ultimatum. Now, Shocker going in, trying to find a little bit. The healing from the W on Taunty just helps a little bit, just enough, but he gets out. It won't be Defoe with the ultimate, not able to get him here. Jake does still have that Stormbringer to collapse on the tower, now forced to use it to get at Soccer from a really nice shockwave position. Defoe manages to get one, but Greeno chasing him down. Tawny has to be careful. Might be able to find something, but Defoe just looking over the wall, trying to find something. Now realizing that he's on vision. The rocket was a little bit wide there. Tawny not able to pick that one up, and it looks like Florigado's actually been sort of connecting and disconnecting there. Defoe not able to hit the rest of this, just keeps pushing forward, knowing that he might be able to find something, while we're just sort of waiting for Florigado to try and fix these internet issues.
Yeah, it's really difficult to pilot as an ADC when you can't actually click the screen. So, going to take a while there. Make sure that's fixed, but good choice by the Wafflers not to pause during that fight, to let that play out, even though it does cause a little bit of pain for Xayah and Alistar down on the bot side, and Raijin might actually die. I don't know if you saw there on the minimap, but Alistar was down to about 100 health and getting dove. This game has turned so far on its head, Noctisera.
Yeah. It started off looking like, maybe the draft, Wafflers had sort of a bit of an early advantage. That early collapse, though, just put Astronauts in a lead, and they have not let go since. Up 2 dragons, up the grubs, looking for the objectives, going for some plays topside, and Wafflers managed to find like a little bit of an advantage there. They were able to benefit there, but I mean, Defoe is still on that top side, hitting people under tower, trying to get that kill, trying to keep Camille from backing there. Florigado, obviously, little bit of an internet issues disconnecting, but it might be the Alistar going down again. And this is sort of what I was saying, right? As Astronauts really need to bring back the momentum that we saw in Game 1 if they want to be able to take this to a Game 5 and take this win.
Yeah, we are getting news, by the way, unfortunately, that this may be a long pause. Noctisera is having some deep internet issues, so
what? No, I'm fine.
Not you. Sorry.
Florigato.
Noctisera is fine. Florigato.
Yes.
Gosh.
Florigato.
I'm too broken from Becky's internet issues in the past where
it happens. But yeah, so Florigato is going to be restarting the router, so we should be able to get that up and running shortly. For right now, I think we're going to cut it to a quick break. Please don't go anywhere. We will resume the game in just a moment. Alrighty, and welcome back. We are back. Florgato has reconnected. We have fixed all the issues with the restarted router. Raijin did go down while we were transitioning back. Got his ADC to protect him. It was not a good situation there. Nice little dive from Enderfridge, and Boat Chicken picks up a kill.
Yeah, and that little bit of extra time from Florgato, having walked partially back to base, does mean that that bot turret is going to go down as well. The gold differential between these two ADCs now is just absolutely massive. Boat Chicken feels completely online. Might just catch Florgato here. This is dirty.
Waiting for Florgato to use the E through that wave. There it is. No, I think he was waiting for Jake there. Now baiting in Florgato, but Jake is here, trying to chase it down, get the extra movement speed. The smite comes out, the stun comes through, the frenzied maul, using the Sky Splitter, trying to get the extra damage off. Florgato finally goes into the Featherstorm, manages to root up Jake before he can get the ult off. It's actually going to be Greeno picking up the kill there. A little bit too aggressive without any of their respect. Haunty now taking a lot of damage from Defoe, and Sense has to be careful here. See Greeno kiting back. The dragon is up. Possible fight coming through. I don't think they want to give up this dragon quite yet if they can help it. There's a lot of backs that need to come through. It looks like both teams just trying to posture around, making sure that the other can't get enough advantage here.
Yeah, there's enough poke from Defoe right now that X-Soccer really will be in danger if he goes up and tries to start taking this Drake, so it will allow Jake time to respawn and start moving out here, create a full-on fight, look to prepare towards that soul point. However, great river control here from the Wafflers. Raijin doing a great job of zoning away, buying some time for his team. There's just not a lot of damage on that Drake, though, as Raijin's alone.
Yeah, goes in, flashes over the wall to buy a little bit of time now. X-Soccer over the wall, uses a less bounce, knock up onto 2 to try and find something. Haunty over the wall, on the side, trying to find Defoe, and it's going to be Boat Chicken finally getting excited, picking up the first kill. Jake now on the backside, Florgato picking that one up, still alive. Defoe trying to kite out Haunty on the back. Boat Chicken trying to take out these blobs, need one more, but the Shockwave pulls one back in. Boat Chicken takes another. Now the knock up here, not quite able to get onto Florgato. Now Taunty chasing down Defoe in the back, was able to get a lot of damage, but not quite any kills. The speed is enough. Boat Chicken trying to find Florgato there, see if he can snipe out just one more kill, but he has to be careful of Taunty on the back. That tower won't save him if the damage comes through. Just putting the chompers over the walls, knows that he has to watch out for Taunty, and it's going to be Boat Chicken with the Super Mega Death Rocket going through, able to finish off Florgato, and Taunty starting up the drag now as the rest of the team comes back. All in all, a pretty good fight in favor of the Astronauts, but they have to be careful. They did lose a lot of drag prio for this, and the team is walking back to see if they can maybe secure it. X-Soccer isn't here yet.
I don't love Taunty and Greeno starting this Drake up with X-Soccer so far away. Jake is in the area, and Raijin alone will likely actually managing to buy enough time. They just weren't paying attention.
We go for Raptors instead? Question mark? I don't know about that one, Jake. They absolutely could have fought that if they really wanted to, but
look,
I guess they just didn't.
You just feel like chicken, man.
Yeah, I think they just didn't think they were gonna go for the dragon.
Greeno. Caught in rotation.
Caught out
you
in
can't
his, caught out in his own jungle, forced to flash away with the shockwave now, but does manage to make it out alive, thankfully. That Herald is still alive. It looks like Jake's going to be drifting it around, trying to get another charge off towards this tower. Florgato and the Smite just trying to finish it off. But with the Grubs and with all those extra power, they're going to be able to get that mid-tier 2 now. And it's going to be Jake just sort of looking around, maybe trying to find something in the enemy jungle now, possibly sieging this top tier 2. Only 19 minutes into the game. Baron isn't even up yet.
Yeah, and this all goes back to that Drake play. Yes, Greeno and Taunty were able to get the Drake. However, they ended up so low and forced to back so late that the entirety of Astronauts was back on the field. They were able to push up, and by the time the rest of the Wafflers responded, it was far too late. Now they've got great prio in the Baron area. They can set up vision very easily all over, start to pressure that, and with the limited resources that the Wafflers have available, it'll be hard for them to maintain pressure, keep Baron from being on the table, while responding to the waves elsewhere on the map. So this is great macro play from the Astronauts to keep Wafflers on the back foot.
Yeah, and you're right. I do really like this. You can also see Defoe going for the Banshee's Veil Rush, actually, to just try and block, make sure that he doesn't get caught off by like a stray Shockwave, by like a Taunty stun over the wall, by Raijin going in. which is really smart considering that a lot of this champ is just making sure you can keep your distance as much as possible, which is what he's been doing, getting quite a bit of damage off of it for his trouble. Meanwhile, you have the rest of the map just sort of falling around. They don't have quite the same amount of range, but it's a lot of going in, trying to find that first engage, trying to find the CC chain, and trying to just blow up someone before your opponents can sort of get that counter engage, get all their CC off because of how much is on it. And you can see Baron up now. Both teams sort of just working around visions slowly. No one's really going for the objective because the fights are just a bit too close right now to really start that up and not have to worry about Baron damage.
On that note, though, I'm not sure how I feel about the Astronauts committing 4 members down here into Greeno. The Orianna comparatively safe with the ability to use the ball to zone. X-Soccer and Florigato are here. This leaves Taunty with a ton of time up on the top side to split push, and they're not going to be able to get a ton down around this bot tier 2 turret. This is resources back in the pocket of the Wafflers, trying to shrink that gold lead down around the 4K mark. However, Sems has found Florigato in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm going to use that Call of the Forge God to try it. Florigato's going to be forced into Featherstorm, but a flash forward by Ender Fridge, and a Super Mega Death Rocket gets the first kill. Now Boat Chicken is excited. Manages to get those choppers onto Greeno, trying to take him out. The Bloodbounds is finally going to hit Boat Chicken right at the very end. Maybe going to be able to take him out, but flashes back, able to find a little bit more. Gets the speed boost again, and the slow onto Taunty. 4-0 right now for the kills. Sems trying to find a little bit of damage, seeing if he can find a knockup or a stun onto Taunty, but Taunty barely makes it out. Not quite an ace, but a 4 kill for the Astronauts. Gonna look for this inhibitor tower now. Not quite going for that Baron. Don't like health bars, but know that they can push this. See if they can get an inhibitor and transition maybe these super minions into a Baron push. No, don't actually want to break the inhibitor yet. This is something that we've sort of seen players hopping onto in the past couple of years. I think it was LS who was sort of preaching about this, about not breaking inhibitors if you don't have to because of all the extra gold it gives your opponents.
I'm of 2 minds about that one. I think especially with how far ahead Astronauts are, having the push in tempo, having the push in pressure would have been great. However, that fight was already on a knife's edge. 3 out of the 5 members of the Astronauts walked away with less than 500 health. So staying there and overplaying your hand would have been perhaps a great way for the Wafflers to get back in this game. So despite the fact that I think that macro-wise it might have been better to pop that inhibitor if they were able to succeed, the cost of failure there was a little bit high. And now with full health bars, they can look to take this 4th Drake of the game if Enderfridge doesn't get caught out.
With his team. Yeah, Enderfridge going forward here. The Call of the Forge got onto 2. Jake in onto Greeno. They're able to one-shot him before he can move. Florigato now on the backside trying to find Defoe, but it's going to be Raijin stunned up. Chicken caught in the Hextech ultimatum, and the damage is good. Florigato was able to get the 1v1, and now the fight is completely turned in the Waffler's favor. A 3-man knockup is good onto Raijin, and the damage, trying to find it more. Enderfridge maybe he's able to lock him up with that Q, but he's not going to be able to get the lockdown. Jake with the second Frenzy Maul, able to take another one. What looked like a really great turn there for Wafflers, ends up in disaster as Jake, the raid boss, is still going further, still getting this damage, still getting these cooldowns with this insane mixed Volibear build that just gives him so much healing, so much sustain, and so much damage. Now it's going to be Sems and Jake taking out the last little blobs of X-Soccer as Raijin is forced to run away and try and maybe get a back off to save himself.
Yeah, and that could have been such a great fight for the Wafflers, except for the fact that Greeno got caught so early. If the Orianna had been able to be a part of that fight, other than just being an ability sink, it would have been so easy with Florigato able to be so aggressive, taking out Defoe by flashing over that wall aggressively into the backline of the Astronauts. Had Boat Chicken down early, unable to get excited and start rotating through those kills. But with just Florigato defenseless on the backside, there wasn't really anything that they could do to keep that incredibly scary bear off of them. And this is what happens when you start to fall behind. These fights that could go in your favor on an even playing field just become impossible to pilot well.
Yeah, and it's really rough here, especially if you were...
no.
What?
Big Chicken was stolen. That was
no.
mean by Defoe.
Rude. Rude, rude, rude. But yeah, Greeno went down before even using the Shockwave. If he was able to even get that Shockwave down before dying, I think that also would have provided a lot of value. But just stunned up and CC chain before you can even move is really rough here. Especially because you don't have that Zanya's online yet. You don't really have that protection. So you just have to play really, really safe. Floragato was able to sort of find that extra damage on Defoe when we thought he was, sort of zoned off from his team. Oh, Jake getting that red buff here found Floragato and Soccer, and they're just running them down right now, trying to get a little bit of extra damage. You can see the Twisted Advance comes through, manages to find the Xayah, and now the ult comes through for Defoe. Forced to use that Featherstorm, forced to get something, but Floragato with the recall there, able to find a little bit more. The damage comes down, but the Super Mega Death Rocket isn't enough. Reno picking up the first kill. Now it's going to be Enderfridge over the wall trying to run away, and it's going to be Boat Chicken trying to kite back here, but the Shockwave pulls him back in. Floragato trying to find another couple autos there, and will take out Boat Chicken. Floragato, the carry for these Wafflers, has been the sort of rock for his team this entire game, able to get this damage down and able to take these fights out. And Jake just not respecting that bleed caller damage.
Yeah, and this might not be Baron here if Raijin dies to the Baron's gaze, but now with X-Soccer and Floragato finally joining, should be the worm going down. That looked like a great fight for the Astronauts, but good reads by Floragato to stay just on the edge of Jake's range, to stay just out of Enderfridge's ability to impact the fight. Couple of unfortunate little sidesteps there, getting caught by the Nature's Grasp, but it wasn't enough of a misplay to put him in any real danger. And now at 3 fully completed items, slightly ahead of Boat Chicken, is very, very scary indeed.
Yeah, definitely, especially with this LDR right now, right? This Lord Dominix, that's going to be a lot of extra damage there. It's going to be all that armor pen that you weren't able to use to cut through tanks before, now going to make that a significantly easier job. And we're going for the BT for sustain over the IE, so just happy with the damage that we deal right now. Just want to make sure that we don't get poked out of the fight before we can really maintain it. And suddenly, what was a massive lead for this Jinx is now actually, I believe, down in gold because of all the shutdowns and because of all the CS. Yeah, down about now almost 2,000 extra gold. That's going to be the difference of about an item here for the bot lane, which is really, really rough, especially when you had such a strong start here.
Yeah, the entirety of the lead at this point is in the jungle, and to be fair, 3-item Volibear is powerful, despite Volibear being an early game champ, still has a lot of pressure and a lot of value at this point in the game, but you start to want to be rotating that power into Defoe, into Boat Chicken, instead of having it remain on Jake, so it's a little bit scary when that's where all your power is.
Yeah, well, I would say a lot of power is also in Defoe, but that power it comes a lot more from being able to sort of find these picks at long range once health bars are already low, and isn't really the one that's going to be carrying all these fights and ripping through teams once they get a reset, right? That's really up to Boat Chicken to put out all this damage. Really needs to finish this BT. Meanwhile, on the top side, Tommy is knocked up. Has to be careful, though, if they keep fighting. Jake and Boat Chicken are starting to collapse on this fight. Sam's looking for the damage. The Chomper's now not quite going to be caught out, but the hook shot already used. Call of the Forge God goes in, and Jake is already there to manage up the stuns. Jake taking him out, Boat Chicken with the assist. But they have to be careful, though. Dragon is up in 24. Wafflers do have 1, and this is soul for them if they want to fight it out.
And they do get the flash out of the foe. That means that this
Enderfridge.
Oh, no.
No, dude, you can't... just face-checking when they know everyone's bot side is really rough. The bright side is that this is still an even fight because they managed to get that pick on the Taunty. They have to be careful, though. They don't have a Call of the Forge God, and that is a massive ultimate that they're not going to have for this upcoming fight. Meanwhile, no Shockwave on the side of the Wafflers, so they do have to be careful. Both big teamfight ults down. Jake knocked away instead of knocked up. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there that they weren't able to get that damage. Now it's going to be Defoe with Cryo here, able to pop this Ghost, just trying to maneuver around, trying to get as much poke and zone the rest of the Wafflers off as they can. X-Soccer needs to walk in, needs to try and find the steal, but they're actually going to go in for the fight anyway, and the soul is secured for the Astronauts. Now Boat Chicken has to fight back, getting dove on by X-Soccer. Meanwhile, Sem's in the backline, Defoe on Taunty, and it looks like a fight going all over on all different sides of the map. One taken out so far. Jake now in the middle of 3 trying to survive. It's going to be Sems on Florgato. Just needs a little bit more damage there. But the flash is already out. The dash forward needs one more Q. And he will manage to get it. The Thornhill actually being the thing that kills Florgato. Death by 1,000 cuts for himself. But Chicken did manage to make it out of that fight alive. And Astronauts secure the soul.
Yeah, that was a little bit of unfortunate target selection from the Wafflers. I think they could have absolutely looked to have stolen that Baron, or not Baron, Dragon, as Taunty is just overstepped once again. You cannot split push when you don't have vision and you don't have teammates to respond to the rotations from the enemy team. 4 deaths now and not a kill to his name. I like going onto the backline. I like trying to find Defoe and Boat Chicken, but if you're going to pull that trigger, if you're going to sacrifice Soul, you have to be guaranteed the win. And the Wafflers just couldn't finish the job.
Yeah, and that's something that they have to sort of be wary now of, is just how insanely, how hard the front line is to kill, that they just have to kind of try and dive the back line. They're won't be able to survive a front to back. They're just not as tanky, right? You have Jake with the full raid boss drain tank build. You have him going with the insane cooldown reduction and stats you get from Rod of Ages and Navori, backed up by that Frozen Heart, backed up by the Spirit Visage for extra healing and shielding. You have Sems on this Ornn, 3.5 items now completed with ridiculous base stats. You have Ender Fridge, who has that upgraded Warmogs, has that Locket to get extra shielding on his entire team, and it's just so hard to cut through now. You don't have the damage you need. Reno does, a good bit of damage, but Andrea's Rabadons and an Archangel's is not going to be enough at this stage in the game to really melt tanks or get a ton of burst through. So you need to find that backline. You need to find Boat Chicken if you want a chance at winning these fights.
Yeah, and if this was, a nameplates off, scoreboard off game, you'd think it would be very easy, right? Camille, Zach, Alistair, it should be almost free to get on that backline, but the positioning of Astronauts and the vision that they've had has made it very difficult to get around to find those flanks, and they've just played the macro better. It's become very difficult for X-Soccer and Taunty to execute in ways that keep Greeno and Florgato alive and healthy, because if they leave them alone for too long, Jake exists.
Yeah, and that's something you really have to worry about, is Jake just running through the rest of your team after investing all your resources, right? Because even if you get Boat Chicken, you still need to have a game plan for dealing with this Volibear. And right now, the only anti-heal you have is X-Soccer and Phrygian with their Thornmails and Bramblevest. Florgato goes into the ultimate, but a knock-up on it too. Manages to find it. Florgato just CC chain, and it is an absolute bouncy house out there. X-Soccer going down, put into blobs. Phrygian going down as well. Reno trying to find something, manages to find a little bit of extra damage, but with no shockwave down, it is just Taunty and Greeno left alive. The in-hit pushing in. This might be game. Taunty tried to find something on the backside, but stunned up before he's able to find anything. It's going to be Jake trying to chase him down, and Taunty is just trying to buy time with these minions, see if they can clear out the waves by a little bit, maybe try and find something here for the kill. Goes over the wall, goes back onto Jake though, just trying to buy time, forcing the entire team back, getting these cooldowns out and forcing the team to chase him out. Tawny finally goes down. It is only Greeno left alive, but Florgato is up in 10. They don't have any more, they don't have engage ultimates to go forward. They do still have that Super Mega Death Rocket to land a finisher if they need it, but they're just trying to try and run down these towers now. Florgato is back up, Raijin is back up, and this is going to be the final fight. Florgato looking for the damage now. Raijin goes in, trying to knock people away. A shockwave onto 2, and the damage from the Blade Collar is good, but Boat Chicken is still alive. Hitting that Nexus, hitting it, gets excited. Raijin goes in, finds the knockup, but the tower is going down. The Nexus is going down, and our Astronauts are going to bring us to a Game 5.
Absolutely unbelievable knock.
It was a pretty crazy end there.
From moment one, the Astronauts said, we will just outhand you. Regardless of the draft, regardless of the openings we have given you, we will just win. And the Wafflers, I think they were sitting on their laurels a bit. They weren't playing as a team for those first few minutes, and by the time they regrouped around that 3rd and 4th and 5th Drakes, it was too late. They were just too deep in the hole. Jake had gotten too big Boat Chicken and Defoe were comfortable enough on the backline that it was impossible for their team to play the way they had drafted. And now the question becomes, with the Astronauts having their mojo back, can the Wafflers find the same success they did in games 2 and 3?
Yeah. Wafflers faltering a little bit there at the finish line, right? Weren't able to close this out in 3 games, but Florigato, a little bit of rep positioning, but I think for the most part, able to find a lot of damage, especially with how hard they were getting focused. Greeno got focused a lot early, but was able to sort of position well in those later fights and keep staying alive, but wasn't able to pump out the damage that you would want to see from a mid laner like this. So I think it's really going to be on team synergy here. Wafflers, when they were winning, it's because everyone on the team was sort of shoring up each other's weaknesses, having each other's backs. This game, they just felt kind of scattered, like everyone was a little bit on their own, a little bit flustered. And it's sort of the same thing for Astronauts. Astronauts are at their best when they're playing as a team and everyone has each other's backs, and they don't need to worry. Right? Bo Chicken doesn't need to worry about getting dive on because they know Enderfridge is going to be there to back him up. Foe doesn't need to worry because he knows Jake is going to be there to back him up. And that's really the strength of these teams, is sticking together and knowing when to go in alone and when to have each other's backs. I think for both teams, if they're able to do that, we're going to have a very fun Game 5. But it is going to be on Wafflers to bring it back and play more coordinated than they did in this last game.
Yeah, and they have one extra thing to be afraid of. Because I think that this game, more than the first 3, Boat Chicken really stepped up, especially in those first 20 minutes before Jake really got out to the races. The Jinx did such a great job of controlling the early fights, especially that very first fight down in the Tribush where they completely popped off and took control of the bottom lane. That set the pace. And with there now being 3 threats on Astronauts, Jake, Defoe, and Boat Chicken, there's even more to think about. As long as they can maintain that, having those multiple points of pressure, they have great synergy to continue and press through here.
Yeah, for now we're going to cut it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We are heading to Silver Scrapes. We will be back with Game 5 shortly in draft. Will the Astronauts take their comeback after winning Game 1 and going down 2 games, or will Wafflers finally be able to close it out? We'll see. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 5 of our Ruby Division Finals. We have the Wafflers versus the Astronauts, both at 2 apiece. The score is evened up. This is the last match. Whoever wins this will take home the trophy.
Yeah, it has been a heck of a series here, Nock. The Astronauts came out completely swinging for the fences in Game 1, but struggled, slumped through Games 2 and 3, and now, after Game 4, they seem to be raring to go, and the Wafflers on the back foot once again as we head into the final ban phase of this Ruby League for this season. The Astronauts back on red side where they won Game 1 with both Orin and Volibear being banned. Jake isn't going to be on the champion he's won both of these games on. Hasn't been on the, or won't be on the champion that he has been dominant with.
The brand is up. They left brand up this available.
Game. Are the Astronauts gonna snap it up? What other priority picks are here? No, the Wafflers are taking it out, so no brand available.
Sorry, give me one moment. Seems I'm having a bit of an issue.
Mumu looking to be the pick for the Astronauts. Could be going into the jungle, could be going into support. Bit of a flex here, but taking their time. They don't want to jump too quickly here, given that it is the last game of the series. Win or go home once again for the Astronauts. The Mumu will finally be locked in. Second pick here. Are they going to find something with the same level of potential synergy as they had with the Orianna and Alistair last game? We never saw it really come together, but they certainly thought about it. Ah, you're back.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's usually the Wafflers with the Amumu and Astronauts with the brand. In this case, we are okay. We're going to see the Boat Chicken special right back on the Caitlyn, baby. This is something that Boat Chicken is well known for. Has typically had some pretty good showings on it as well, especially in the league, so far as we've seen. So this should be a very interesting pick to watch.
Yeah, Caitlyn isn't in the best of places right now, but especially at the end of your rope here, sometimes comfort's a little more important than raw numbers.
It's definitely the case. We see Zeri and I'd imagine the Nautilus as well, which means the brand would be going either to the jungle or the mid lane. Given what we've seen, I'd imagine that's probably going to be X-Soccer playing it, who has sort of a significantly higher playtime than Greeno on the brand. So it's definitely not a supporter bot lane. That probably will be jungle. So Astronauts sort of have the chance to maybe lock a top laner and ban out counters here, or ban a mid laner and ban out counters, and it looks like they're going to go for the mid lane route here. Potentially. That could be Xerath mid or support. Given that we already have the Caitlyn, I would not be shocked to see it support, and see that Amumu actually heading towards the jungle. But Defoe obviously has played that Xerath before. We know that both can play it, so still pretty open, and I kind of like that flexibility here, making sure that they still have some room open if they need it.
Yeah, the concern with Caitlyn Xerath bot, of course, is that Nautilus just hitting the go button and Zeri being able to run all over them. You have to be quick on that shocking orb if you're going to be playing that down on the bot side. The other question here, Nock, is all 4 of these games so far have been won because one team has just had a meatball that has rolled across the enemy. We are 6 champions in and we don't really have a meatball yet.
Yeah, and currently most of them are banned out. You see the Volibear banned out. You have the Mundo banned out. So we'll see if anyone has maybe a trick up their sleeve. Potentially in the top lane, I think both junglers, I'd imagine, are locked in at this point. But we could see something else. Taunty sort of has options here. Does have games on the Garen. Does have games on that Aatrox and the Kled as well. So definitely has those champions to play if he really wants it to. Sems has some Garen games, but is much more comfortable on tanks. So I'd imagine we see potentially a blind here to keep this up. Maybe we end up seeing the Malphite. The Quinn is banned out. So there's no strange R5 Quinn shenanigans after seeing the rest of the comp. But we'll see here. 2 seconds on the pick. It will be the Garen. And we've seen this do really well and do really poorly over the past couple of weeks. It tends to sort of be a flip-floppy type of champion. Some games you will just get run down. You will go absolutely insane. Some games people just run it down. They try and get in and they don't find it. And it's going to be set to answer. And the Ziggs, I'd imagine mid, which means that is probably going to be a brand jump.
Now, hear me out. Nautilus jungle, brand support, Ziggs mid.
Alright, I'm here in the Nautilus jungle.
It's not going to happen, but I mean, Season 9 is calling.
His E has a monster modifier now, so like... maybe. It's not very good, but maybe.
No, it's awful.
Nah,
Xin Zhao here to round out the comp for astronauts.
So it's going to be the Amumu support and the Xerath mid is what it looks like.
That's certainly the vibe. Xin Zhao is a little bit worrying to me here because Jake has found so much success on champions where his job is go in and stay in with sustained tankiness, right? Xin Zhao more towards the bruiser damage dealing side of that equation. I worry that some of that aggression, especially into Nautilus set Ziggs, it could turn into him just getting bouncy housed here. It's going to require well-measured aggression out of the Astronauts jungler.
Yeah, and you do have a little bit of that sustain, but it is more like burst sustain and more blocking damage than healing it back up, right? With that ultimate.
Exactly.
You have that Crescent Guard they're able to put out. That's going to block a lot of damage, especially from things like the Brand and the Ziggs. But you do always run the risk of once that goes down, just eating a bunch of burn, eating a lot of damage from ranges that you can't really engage on, and just dying before you can actually get in. Which seems to be what that sort of Xerath and Caitlyn is trying to shore up. So I think both teams relatively well-rounded. And I think a lot of this is really going to come down to not really the mid-game. I think a lot of this is going to come down to early game poke and the capitalization of, can Xin get these ganks off with this poke? Can he potentially get these invades off on this Brand? And who's going to win this top matchup? Because this is going to be probably a 1v1-ish top matchup. These are both bruisers. They both like to fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of these picks want to be aggressive early. The Garen wants to set the tone in the early levels, but set with those 1-2 punches absolutely dominates levels 1 to 3, especially in that level 2 zone where he has the Q reset, where he has the Haymaker. He can run wild. I don't feel like the directed cam is going to leave top lane hardly at all, unless we see something like what we saw in Game 4, where bot lane just explodes super early on. And if that's the case, and one of these teams takes a big advantage through the bot lane, I suspect they're just going to carry it all the way to the end.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very snowbally game, unless both teams sort of just agree or keep... Even if they don't agree, what might happen is they might end up just clashing and surviving barely, and both teams trying to fight for something but nobody going down. That's definitely an option. But I think both of these teams are happy when blood is flying. But for right now, we've talked enough about draft. We can't wait to get into game. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will be in Game 5 of our finals. This is the one that decides it all. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 5 of our Ruby Division Finals for the Blue Otter Draft League. We have the Wafflers versus the Astronauts all on the line right now. Winner takes all.
Yeah, the momentum now back behind the Astronauts, but the Wafflers with 2 wins in a row. Oh boy, we're gonna have some fun here.
Yes.
Please tell me we get a reverse fight.
They're gonna go. I wonder. They're gonna go invading into the jungle on top side. They're not gonna see each other. They're both out of vision right now. They're hanging in this bush. Are they just dropping ward?
Are we not gonna have a fight? Oh, come on, guys.
No, they're walking up now. Oh my god, they're late invading. We can still see something. They're just okay. They're just walking up and getting it. Oh man,
getting our hopes up for nothing. That is a shame, Knock.
I thought that looked like there was gonna be something crazy. Like they were both waiting to invade, and they both just walk in, drop a ward. I can't blame him though. After not seeing anything, you don't want to play it too risky, especially going into Game 5. There's really no reason to just completely coin flip it at minute 1, because it really will be a coin flip. Both
but
teams
on the
have
other hand,
good kill pressure. So
yeah, on the other hand, though, we've talked a lot about how much this game relies on setting the tempo early and getting that kind of first mover advantage. So making a big aggressive play like a 5-man invade would be a great way to set that tempo and get that lead before the enemy has a chance to react.
True. And honestly, I think Astronauts have a slight advantage.
Oh,
because they have double bandage touch. And this is where the ward comes in. They're about to see Axe Soccer. Just waiting here. Probably should have gone over the wall here. But doesn't have the W. I assume took the knock up instead of the W. And just looking for this. Doesn't have the smite, or doesn't want to use it. Jake's actually going to secure it. Greeno on the rotate. Might be caught out now. Defoe on the rotate as well. They finally see him. They know Jake went back towards there, but Defoe is here to back up his jungler now. Looks like he got out of it. And setting behind Axe Soccer early, just on the second camp. This is what we were talking about, setting the tempo. Getting in your opponent's head nice and early.
Yeah, and that's just a little bit of bad contain from the Wafflers. Looking like my high school basketball team. Everybody crowding onto one side of the court. Well, the opposing guys just slide in behind right under the basket.
Yeah, and you can see already getting zoned off of this CS. Florgato and Raijin have to be careful here. And this is sort of the power that Caitlyn holds, is if you get hit by one of those bandage tosses, you might just die at level 2. You can get chain trapped. You can get a trap on you, a trap placed behind you, and suddenly you can't walk out because Enderfridge has 2 of those bandage tosses to just keep you locked up in CC chain. Now Jake going for another invade, gonna start up the opposing red here. They do know that those Raptors were already taken out, so gonna just walk over here. They have full prio from the bot lane too to help them out, and Jake getting ahead so early, doing him what Axe Soccer did a couple of games ago on that Lilia. Axe Soccer now moving over. Jake does have the smite. Use it, see if there's a fight. Nope, gonna wait it out. No, it finally has the vision, but it's a little bit too late. Yeah, Axe Soccer has the damage, but Jake going in, looking for the knockup, and the W looks like he's going to take it out. Weird little miss there that looked like it should have hit on the W, but shouldn't matter there. He gets a nice first blood onto Axe Soccer, and it has the extra CS, just taking out his opposing jungle. And has all of his camp still up, which that's going to be really bad. Axe Soccer is on the back foot. Jake is going to be in a tremendous lead right now, both in terms of the gold, but also that XP that you get from all those extra camps.
Yeah, even getting this Scuttle Crab on the way out, just to add insult to injury, there's absolutely nothing that Axe Soccer is going to be able to grab here. Jake, with the call fields as well, can come back in, clear that blue buff side of the map very quickly now with the enhanced CDR, and will just be off to the races, able to gank so much sooner, although moving here to the top side, wants to get that second Scuttle Crab, I suppose, really deny Axe Soccer anything if he's not going to invade. Because if he does try to invade, look at how much tempo advantage there is for Defoe in the mid lane, and Boat Chicken and Ender on the bot side. Going in is a death sentence for Soccer. This is great play and a great read by Jake.
Yeah, and they saw him maybe potentially on the invade, which means Jake's just going to go up here, go for this Gromp now. and X-Soccer is behind significantly, down all these camps, knows that he's here. Toddy does have rotate because he's pushed under, but it's really going to come down to a smite fight here, I think. And it's actually going to be Soccer who manages to pick it up. Thankfully for him, not the end of the world now, but might be getting caught out here. Looking for the rotate. Sems is here first. Jake jumping in, and with no flash, it's going to be another death for X-Soccer here. 2-0 for Jake now to start this game off, already with an almost 2k gold lead at this point.
Yeah, doing a great job of leveraging the individual wins of his laners to create a bigger lead for himself, and is going to even steal the Wolves on the way out. I'm not convinced that Jake has taken 2 of his own camps. I think he's taken just the red buff, and that's about it.
He took his own Raptors on the way out of the Grom. That is exactly 2 camps.
That's pretty sad when you have more of your enemy's camps than your own. Might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew, though, now, as X-Soccer and Greeno have the rotate advantage on these grubs, and Jake is going to fall. Didn't take any of those grublings, so... Or no, sorry, he did get 1. So
yeah,
at least
a little
has the chance for the minor.
Way too over-aggressive there, without... One of the reasons why he was allowed to invade and be as strong as he was because he had all the priority of his laners. Without your laners, you can't be going up there, especially when you know that you can get rotated on that easily.
Absolutely. This doesn't put him behind by any stretch of the imagination. He still has the bot side of his jungle that he can clear. He can still look at that first Drake, but considering the tempo that he was pushing all throughout this game is, oh no, Raijin, you can't be there, my friend.
Yeah, tried to find a little bit of a cheeky rotate there, a little bit of a roam, but wasn't able to find anything there. Not great plays there from Raijin. Was hoping to maybe see a pick there for Greeno to help his mid laner out, but not quite. One thing I will note is that X-Soccer was the one who picked up that kill on Jake, which is probably who you really wanted on right now, right? Because if X-Soccer didn't get that kill, he still would have been in tremendously far behind. Now, still behind, but nowhere near as much as he was before.
Yeah, my problem is that Greeno is so far behind, right?
Yeah.
Greeno is 25 CS down at 7 minutes. That is a sentence that should never come out of your mouth in a competitive setting unless the player has been disconnected from minute 0.
Or, you know, hey, there are certain situations, right? I mean, like, the classic is, like, the Jace Poppy matchup, right? Where, like, if you're down 20 CS, you're actually winning. But yeah, in what should be theoretically a relatively even lane, all things considered, right? It is a losing matchup for Ziggs into Zera, but it's not, you know, 20 CS at 7 minutes losing. That's a little bit too crazy. And you should be able to get some of that CS under tower, especially when you're playing a champ that can secure casters so well, and sort of weaken up those minions before they even get to tower. Now with the Lost Chapter, that should alleviate a lot of the pressure, though. And make it a bit easier to deal with. Meanwhile, you see just trying to rotate around this map, trying to get the CS leads that they can. X-Soccer on another kill, and with Dragon down, the next sort of batch of objectives is going to be that second round of grubs, which I'd imagine we see a fight over, given how much of this top side has been focused around the junglers fighting.
I mean, if the lanes continue to be dominated by the astronauts, it should be fairly open and shut as long as Jake doesn't make another timing misread. I mean, look at this damage coming down from Defoe. Greeno just really isn't allowed to stay above half health, and Jake now looking to invade once again, potentially loop around and find this Ziggs if he so pleases.
Here. Raijin is so ready for the invade, knows what the call is, that he knows that Jake is probably going to be up here. Jake now onto the Grump. See Raijin looping around, and Taunty's already there on the rotate. They know exactly what's going on. Jake has to take the call out, and the bomb there, a little bit avoided there. The death charge finally lands. Flash forward by Taunty to try and get a little bit of extra true damage there, and he will secure the kill. The showstopper actually making the dredge line miss, but it kind of didn't matter because you're still able to get that kill anyway. Now Sems looking for some extra damage onto Taunty. The Arcane Barrage coming out, and it's going to be Defoe finishing him off. Meanwhile, X-Soccer and Raijin going to finish off Sems here on the top side. They were looking for a bit of a trade, but A 1-for-1 in that fight is nice, but you can't forget, Jake already went down for that, so that's really a 1-for-2 here. Florigato and and Boat Chicken just sort of dueling it out. Enderfridge should probably be looking for a dive here, given all the poke that's coming out, given all the damage that's coming out, and given that Raijin is topside, I can't really imagine why Enderfridge isn't just trying to flash in onto Florigato to blow a sum or try and get something here.
Yeah, it feels very weird how far back Enderfridge was playing there. Almost like he was trying to bait Florigato into walking forward, but you're not going to leave your turret when you have the enemy ADC poking you down underneath. It just... Not on the same page. Again, perhaps, I suppose, if I'm trying to be charitable here, wanted to give Boat Chicken all of those plates solo gold, but I feel like the kill more than balances that out, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah, no, they definitely should have gone for a dive there. Because you just see Raijin top, you know that he's not leaving, you see him top for so long, you're not able to get that. Now it's going to be X-Soccer looking to secure possibly a 5 grub situation here. So they aren't going to get that extra 2 because Astronauts did manage to secure 1, but thanks to that early play where Taunty and Greeno rotated and shut down Jake, they were able to get it. But now it's going to be Raijin caught out on his roam again, flashes, but it's not going to be over the wall, not going to get it. Death charge onto 2. Enderfridge actually secures that Cursed Sad Mummy onto 2, trying to get the stun up. Jake going in, uses the Crescent Guard to block a lot of damage here from the Pyroclasm and from Greeno, but the burn taking down. Defoe has to be careful. Jake has to be careful, but they're both going to make it out within an inch of their life.
That was...
in the fadeaway Arcane Barrage there.
Off.
Another one from Defoe. And this is what happens when you don't have a giant meatball like Mundo to deal with, is that Defoe is going to be extremely threatening come mid-game and come late game. 4-0-0 on that Xerath right now, and really the only ball of health that you have to worry about running you down is possibly Taunty, but Set takes way more damage than Mundo, is very much not an unkillable beast, and can be relegated to a side lane if Sems is strong enough. And you can see the Hullbreaker now, looks like they are going to relegate themselves to a side lane. Sems and Taunty probably going to be sitting, trying to duel each other, take these towers, and sort of play for more of a side lane and not team fight. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of sort of 1v1 and 1v2s topside, and a lot of 4v4s and 3v4s towards these objectives. But no 3v4 to be had right now. It looks like it's just going to be clean dragon pickup for Astronauts.
I don't know how I feel about this Hullbreaker for Taunty. Knock. I worry that dialing yourself this early into the split push instead of looking for the 5-on-5 team fights could make it difficult, especially to get onto Defoe, who is so strong right now. You kind of want Taunty there to be a little bit of a threat.
Yeah, it is paying pretty, not dividends, but it's paying off pretty well, right? Forcing Sems back, knowing that you actually have a really hard time fighting this set now. Looking for it, possibly going for the dive here. Knows that he has a lot of the true damage. Lands in with the Showstopper, forced to flash out, pulls him back in, and it's going to be a trade under tower there, a 1-for-1. The Demacian Justice lands enough damage and a nice little flash there to dodge out on the Haymaker, but Taunty with a good little flash, with a good little sidestep there, and pulling back Sems to make sure that he hits him on the minion, gets a lot of those damage, and a possible dive. Now we see Jake looking for maybe a lane gank here. Soccer is here, so it could be a 3v3, but Defoe getting through the Arcane Barrage, maybe trying to back up this team. Jake keeps channeling this back, but he's not looking for it. I think he really wants this.
Yeah, this is definitely just keeping his hands busy, wanting Florigato to walk up, or at the very least, wanting them to stay back long enough for Enderfridge to actually pull the trigger on the dive. But like we saw last time, Enderfridge playing behind the casters doesn't want to pull the trigger. And that means that this is going to be wasted time for Jake.
Yeah, and you can see, he keeps trying to play behind this minion, waiting for it to die, and then giving Raijin an opportunity, and Raijin just not taking it, sort of sniffing that something's not right, that we don't really want to play for this engage. Even though he had a bunch of free dredge lines, he didn't take any of them. Probably knowing, even if he didn't know Jake was in that bush waiting, that it probably wouldn't work out if he took that onto Boat Chicken and got the collapse from Enderfridge.
Yeah, absolutely. Florigato, not in an incredibly powerful point right now, doesn't have completed item, doesn't have a whole lot of power behind the Zeri. You really want to hit that item, 2-item spike before you can pop off, so caution is the better part of Valor here. But Jake, no longer in the bot lane, is going to be able to take the Rift Herald here, and no contest from the Wafflers at all.
Yeah, you can see X-Soccer just trying to sort of vacuum up these camps, trying to take as much CS as humanly possible, and sort of giving these objectives to Jake until he knows that his team can start to fight them. But this is part of the problem, especially when you have Taunty in this side lane with this Hull Breaker, is that your 3-core is extremely squishy and extremely vulnerable, especially to getting poked out by Defoe, right? Florgato needs these 2 items. Ziggs isn't really strong until these 2 items. X-Soccer needs sort of these double burn, it needs at least 2 items, and Raijin isn't really tanky until 2 or 3 items. Needs that Warmogs, and we don't even know if he's going to be able to go Warmogs on the budget that he's on right now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Greeno, super poked out, needs to dodge out on these Arcane Barrages, takes that W, but it's right into another missile. Jake flashed forward to sort of secure to make sure if he needed it, but Defoe knew exactly where he had to shoot.
Yeah, that's a bit of a feels bad for Jake. You want to get a little bit of value, at least an assist out of that flash, but Defoe now 5-0, 30 CS up over Greeno, is in a great spot in this game. Probably has a ton of gold in inventory, given that they're even on items. Yeah, nearly 2,000 in pocket. Going to be so incredibly strong when he backs, and that's kind of the problem here, is there's no way to get onto Defoe in this matchup.
Yeah, your main way in is to use Taunty to try and take one of those frontliners into the back, land a stun onto Defoe, and allow Raijin, Florgato, and allow your team to sort of collapse. Use that Pyroclasm to sort of bring a bunch of that extra burn damage into the backline, or use Raijin to sort of flash forward and try and depth charge him. But with Tawny sort of stuck in a side lane, your only real option is to hope that Raijin is able to find an angle. Otherwise, Defoe is just going to sit as far back as humanly possible and land a ton of damage into your team while you feel hopeless to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult here. And I don't know that there's a carry that you can earmark to win a front-to-back fight either. Greeno so far behind. X-Soccer is at least winning the farm battle now, as Jake has slowed down significantly, but has not had as much of an effect on the lanes. Florgato needs a long time to scale up, has just gotten that static shiv. So it's going to be a while before they can threaten in these fights, which means that they're going to have to keep seeding objectives in the meantime, like this 3rd Drake of the game, which the Astronauts seem poised to take.
Yeah, and if Astronauts are able to put themselves on soul point this early into the game, it puts Wafflers in a very, very bad situation where they kind of have to force that fight on the next dragon. They have to force themselves to fight, even if they're not ready for it, because the Astronauts are just going to take this soul. And if you combine a Hextech soul, which we've seen 3 of this game, this is our 3rd Hextech soul of the series. 2nd Hextech soul that we've seen with Azera. These artillery and poke mages, when you combine them with a Hextech soul, it is so deadly because they're able to land a little bit of damage onto a tank or anyone, and suddenly your entire team's slowed. It is so easy to land the rest of these shots, and it's so hard to dodge out on anything. You can see Boat Chicken just using the ult, trying to get a little bit of damage down there. The extra damage from the brand. Enderfridge goes in, finds a Curse of the Sad Mummy onto 4, which buys enough time to finish off that dragon. Now the Arcane Barrage comes out. The Crescent Guard from Jake to try and buy a little bit of time, but Greeno and X-Soccer also left alive. Now Florgato chasing in. The Ghost from Boat Chicken, though, trying to find a little bit more, but it's going to be Boat Chicken to finish it off. Goes in, Defoe with the Dredge Line, finds 1, Boat Chicken with a reset onto 1. Defoe not finished off. Boat Chicken with 2 right now, Defoe with 1. X-Soccer on the way out, needs to try and find a little bit. Boat Chicken tries to go over the wall. He's going to take the cube, but he doesn't find X-Soccer. Just going to walk away here, go back into the mid lane, and both are going to back. Defoe going to back as well. Looks like they weren't able to find out X-Soccer, and they don't want to chase into no vision to see if they can get it. Really nice plays there from the Astronauts. Really like how Enderfrid sort of sacrificed his life there, because even if they didn't have the immediate follow-up, Jake and Boat Chicken and Defoe, they all knew what Ender's engage meant. It meant go get that dragon, secure that, and then we can fight. And that's exactly what they were able to do. Jake was able to buy enough time with that Crescent Guard to just sort of win the fight and get enough damage down that Defoe and Boat Chicken were able to clean up after Florgato went a little bit too far forward. There you can see the Demacian Justice dropped a nice little kill onto Tawny, evening up the top side fight. But now it's really dire, because you have a 3k gold deficit at 20 minutes in favor of the Astronauts. You have them on Soul Point right now, 6-0 on that Xerath, and it is so hard to find any way in onto these carries.
Yeah, this is the start of the game where you start praying for a vision win. To find somebody to get picked in rotation, just not paying attention, not watching the map. Instead, you're getting picked in rotation with the Baron up, with 5 members here. Stems is in a little bit of trouble, but he should be able to walk out.
Yeah,
this is
burn now. Finally taking it out. BoChicken takes out Floragato, but Greeno barely making it out of that Arcane Barrage alive, but X-Soccer going down.
That's Baron.
To the end of it all, and that should be Baron. You do see Tawny coming back. There are some low health bars. It is early into the game, but Jake and Enderfridge are here. Sems does have TP if it's needed. Gonna just take that Phantom Dancer and start running back. And Enderfridge sort of walking out, trying to trade out this sort of, using the Locket as well. Just trying to trade aggro, making sure they don't go down. But yeah, 21-minute Baron for the Astronauts, and he's an absolute stomp right now. What started off looking, relatively even for the Wafflers has quickly turned into absolute disaster in this Game 5.
Yeah, this feels like Game 1 all over again, except it's not Jake taking over. It's Defoe and BoChicken playing so well. Jake's early game pressure was just utilitarian. It was that transitional power, letting your utility turn into your team, exploding onto the field, and now 15-6, a 6k gold lead at 21 minutes. Baron, Soul Point. It's almost impossible for the Astronauts to throw this away unless they actively choose to lose.
Yeah, it feels very hard. It feels like what they need to do is mess up multiple times. Defoe needs to somehow walk into melee range, which he has not done at all this series when he's been on Artillery Mages. Even in some of his poorer games, he has been great about positioning. BoChicken would have to walk up and do a split push multiple times, but they've learned from their mistakes in earlier series, right? BoChicken used to have a problem with walking up, getting caught out in the side lanes. Now just sticking with his support 24/7 has learned exactly what they can do. The Astronauts, one thing I give them credit for a lot is that they never seem to make the same mistake.
Oh no, Raijin.
They always learn. Meanwhile, Raijin seems to not be learning from any of his mistakes this game, getting caught out face checking on a rotate once again, and that might lead to a play here, possibly on the bot tier 2. You can see the Arcane Barrage coming out, trying to get a little bit of damage onto Greeno, finally able to interrupt Defoe, but it is way too late. Jake able to pick up the kill there, just getting a little bit of extra damage onto that tower, and you can see Dragon up in 45 seconds. Greeno is going to be a bit late there. He's going to be able to run out, but the Dragon going to be spawning right when he gets there. They won't be able to fight for positioning here.
Yeah, and with X-Soccer trapped underneath this tier 2, it's going to be very difficult for the Wafflers to stage
TP
anything.
Dante.
Looking for Defoe here. He is in a bit of an awkward position, but does have the flash. Great shocking orb there as Toddy flashes forward and gets the showstopper.
Yeah, Showstopper's back into the wall. It's going to be Floragato with the shutdown, who, all things considered, is kind of the only way you really win this game, right? Toddy needs to be in fights, and Floragato needs to carry them. And an amazing pick there onto Defoe. Without their main source of damage, Sems does have that TP, but I think they're just going to have to give this, right? They no longer have that sort of pressure that they were looking for. And I think Defoe turning back to get that last little minion might have doomed him, right? Because he was able to get the stun, but Tawny just barely in flash range to be able to pull Defoe back.
Yeah, I think perhaps the Astronauts could have contested that with a 2-item Caitlyn who's quite strong, with Enderfridge having the Curse of the Sad Mummy available, but there's just no reason to. When you could wait 5 minutes, get the soul on the next one, a single Hex Tech is not going to make this game easier for the Wafflers. The bigger thing, as you said, was that pick, was Defoe getting a little greedy, getting a little overconfident, and not realizing that the Wafflers are still fighting this game. They haven't had their spirits broken, despite the fact that they are absolutely pummeled right now.
And it's not like they gave it for nothing, right? Sems got top tier 1 and top tier 2. That's almost 1,000 gold in his pocket that you can see now going into that Mortal Reminder to try and get this armor pen, which is going to make him an absolute menace in the side lane for dealing with Taunty. He's going to deal so much damage now. Finally finished up that Phantom Dancer as well. So, you know, you did have to give that drag, but you got a lot off of it. You finally have these top tier 2 towers knocked down. Bot tier 2 and mid tier 2 are both, you know, waning in health. They're going to be very easy to siege or just straight up outright take if they land a good fight onto it. So you have to start being really careful. Jake is allowed to just walk in and do crazy things now. Sems with the backup flashing forward. The Crystal Sad Mummy onto 1, but a really nice play there from Tawny to pull it back in. The Haymaker misses everyone though. Sems finally goes in, able to land that Demacian Justice for 1. Florgato taking these Arcane Barrages and Sems barely out. Jake and Enderfridge on the backside able to take out another. Defoe with 1. Boat Chicken trying to take out 1. Florgato goes forward, manages to find a shutdown onto Caitlyn, but it won't matter because Defoe picks up another kill, and it is only Raijin left alive right now. An amazing fight for the Astronauts. Now 8,000 gold up in this game.
Yeah, that fight felt a little bit all over the place. Felt like the Astronauts were having a little bit of fun with it, not playing it quite as cleanly as Boat Chicken got very aggressive there towards the end, trying to stack kills, but doing a ton of damage with this now 3-item Caitlyn, and the inhibitor being broken here as the Baron is about to spawn. Waffler is going to be hard-pressed to contest this next objective.
Yeah, and you can see being forced off the tower there, they don't want to overextend or risk anything, right? And this is what I was talking about, learning from your mistakes. Defoe got caught once because he overextended a bit. Nope, never again. Not going to take this tower, just going to back. We want this objective. We don't want to give them a way back into this game. They learn so quickly and they adapt so quickly, and that's part of what makes Astronauts such a fearsome force in this league, is that they always seem to be even if they're not one step ahead, they're never 2 steps behind. They're always right there next to you. If you think you're ahead, they're trying to figure out what they just did wrong so they can correct it. Not in replay, not between games, but in the last minute.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And right now, despite Taunty having the hull breaker, it is Sems who is split pushing like a madman here, going in on that bot tier 2 as the rest of his team has successfully forced out in the 4v5, but Jake is a little bit caught here, down to half health.
Yeah, and you can see Toddy now forced to back. Jake going down a bit low, but does still have that Crescent Guard. Just going to use those Raptors to heal back up here. And Sam's going to be running right away. Doesn't actually want to interact that much with Taunty or worry about that, especially because he has the TP. He knows he can find a flank if he's able to. Sam's looking for something now, but is on a ward, so they have to be careful. Jake looking to jump forward. The Arcane Barrage comes out, trying to find some damage onto X-Soccer, and they might have found him. Enderfridge looking forward. The Crystal Sad Mummy onto 1, and Boat Chicken ends up taking him out. The first pick of the fight here now. Raijin might have stepped a bit too far forward, forced to flash out. Jake looking for something. Toddy on the backside gets a lot of damage down onto Defoe, but it's going to be Boat Chicken with the kill. Sems with the Demacian Justice, and Florgato goes forward, trying to find more. Only has found Enderfridge so far, but they're not able to get anything else. It's going to be eyes towards the Baron now for the Astronauts. Again, that soul up in 30 seconds as well. Florgato needs to be carrying these fights a lot harder, but it's so hard when you have X-Soccer and Raijin just getting caught out time after time after time.
Yeah, it's so hard to be the soul carry, especially on this area, because you need someone to distract the enemy team as you're skating through into their backlines. But Florgato really can't rely on the rest of his team because outside of Tawny, they just disappear.
Yeah, and you can see over the wall there too, just trying to find something, playing so risky with his life. Even though, you know, normally you would say, oh, you can't play risky with your life here. You kind of have to. You have to take these risks if you want a chance. Because this dragon's going down so fast, and you can see Wafflers walking in, but it won't matter. The Hextech Drake and the Baron down now. You can see Baron up in another 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Elder up in 6. But I don't think we're even going to get there. I think the Astronauts want to end the game right here, right now. Use this Baron, use this newly found soul to try and close out the game in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, if the Baron buff falls off before the Nexus explodes, I think that will be a severe failing on the Astronauts' part to take advantage of the wins that they have had. It should be quite simple at this point, given the leads that they have, to just group as 5 or group 4 and 1 and end this game in a fell swoop. Enderfridge and Defoe perhaps a little bit far forward as the Wafflers looking to find a flank, but Right, the Arcane
Using the
coming out fast.
Using the Arcane Barrage, Bo Chicken finds the first pick with that ace in the hole. Tawny goes forward, tries to find the showstopper onto Sems, but he won't be able to. Raijin Florigato trying to find a little bit of damage, just chasing back Florigato, forced back with Greeno, trying to get a little bit of damage down, but they can barely find anything. Jake, only at half HP, still has that Crescent Guard up, and Sems chasing down Florigato. Use that ult, trying to find it. Jake goes forward, tries to find the knockup. Bo Chicken against Florigato. It is only Greeno left alive now, and he still has that Crescent Guard up. He has the ultimate, trying to find a little bit more. Flash forward from Defoe, manages to find the stun, and that's curtains for the Wafflers. Going in, finds that inhibitor, and with a massive wave pushing in, X-Soccer's alive in 10. Has to be able to try and use the Pyroclasm, use anything to see if he can. Enderfridge goes down to the towers, maybe a little bit of hope, but that is fading away very quickly as these towers fall. X-Soccer with a little bit left, and it's not going to be enough. Bo Chicken needs one last kill, but he won't find it. 10-29, 3-2. Astronauts are your Ruby Division champions.
Yeah, and bookending this series, first game and the last game, so incredibly dominant. Just that middle portion where they took a little while to get their feet back under them. But truly, this is the quintessential Astronauts firing on all cylinders. Jake, Defoe, Bo Chicken, all standing up, all being incredibly, incredibly core to the team's success. And Sems and Enderfridge playing the great supporting cast roles with the split push, drawing the pressure aside from Taunty and the rest of the Wafflers. Enderfridge with the beautiful engages, the great Curse of the Sad Mummies. This was really, really well done by the Astronauts.
Yeah, you can say that again. Defoe leading himself and the Moonmen to a victory. Once again, this is the second split that he's won in a row. Completely different team as well, but one thing is consistent. Defoe knows how to draft. I'm not talking league drafts. I'm talking player drafts. Constantly picking out these sort of underrated players that other people don't see, that he sort of sees potential in, and has always paid off. Even if the regular seasons don't look too hot, come playoffs, Astronauts always seem to show up. Once it gets to those best of fives where it really counts, they learn, they adapt, they are so quick with it. And that is, I think, a consistency in how Defoe runs his teams. A really just great play from everyone here, and a big congratulations to Defoe and the rest of the Astronauts here.
Yeah,
I will
absolutely.
say, unfortunately, we do not have some time for interviews. Players are starting to leave. Everyone's getting tired, and I really can't blame them. It is 1 a.m. over here on the East Coast for a lot of these players. But one last big congratulations to the Astronauts, champions for the Ruby Division, and it is absolutely deserved. What a hard-fought victory here at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job. Despite it being a long and grueling series, they earned the win. And now, they get a nice break till the next season of Draft League.
That they do. Thank you all for joining us tonight. We hope to see you again soon. The Draft League will return, hopefully sometime in September is what we're looking at. Meanwhile, there are plenty of other Blue Water Leagues starting up, and if you want to be in the Draft League, don't forget to watch out for those announcements and see what happens when the next one launches. As for now, I have been Noctisera. With me is Allscast, and as a spectator, Wookie Monster as always. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great night.